I didn't check. Okay.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, you daily dive into the news. I hope you had a
This is
fantastic
new
July 4th
office, huh?
weekend. You didn't do anything that would make me say, don't be stupid. Because there were definitely a few of those, unfortunately, as there are every year. But regardless, I got a great, interesting show for you today. So you just buckle up, you hit that like button, I'll hit you with a monkey, and let's jump into it.
This is a news show.
In big and requested internet drama news, let's talk about Moist Critical, Sniper Wolf, an apology, and an alleged framing. Right, and all of this connects back to React content and copyright strikes being back in the news. Because at the outset of this, it just seemed like more bad news about Sniper Wolf. Because as you might remember, last year there was that major controversy between her and that other creator, Jack's Film,
Gosh,
but that
that's
just
so long
absolutely
ago.
blowing up after she doxed him by posting a photo from outside his house. You know, it was just this whole big thing in the community, and it started after Jack had been critical of Sniper Wolf's reaction content, saying among other things that she wasn't transforming or adding anything meaningful to the videos that she reacts to, and therefore it's actually just stealing people's content and not giving credit. And the reason that I talk about this thing that happened almost nearly a year ago is that a smaller creator just accused Sniper Wolf of copyright striking him, all because he reacted to her content. See, a few months ago, the channel One Giant Onion made a video called
Wow, they're a pretty big channel. I was expecting like a small channel. It's comparatively, I guess, but
Watching Sniper Wolf Until I Laugh, and then watching 3 hours of her content and not laughing, seemingly to try to make the point that she's not funny
it's kind of funny as a concept.
or doing anything substantial in her reaction videos. But then with that, he recently put out a video saying that she hit him with a strike.
And this is completely unjust because, as you all know, Sniper Wolf doesn't do any transformative content at all, really. She's a React channel. Sniper Wolf is notorious for stealing other people's videos and not crediting the original creators at all. So,
Or with him arguing that it just doesn't make sense for her to do this because he was really just doing the same thing that she does. That was part of the point. And there, noting that it especially hurts him because his channel is so much smaller than Sniper Wolf's, who has over 34 million subscribers.
now because she's such a large creator, there's not really anything I can do. She has a lot of power, and I don't really have any power over YouTube or anything like that.
With him also adding that this strike, it puts his channel and his income in danger. Right? And so his story, it starts gaining some traction, and then it absolutely blows up thanks to the likes of Moist Critical putting out a video yesterday.
Now, technically, you could argue One Giant Onion was in the wrong because he took 3 hours worth of her content and didn't transform it. He just sat there, not giving a ton of input and definitely not laughing at it. However, Sniper Wolf doesn't own her own content either. She steals it. She doesn't have the right to that content that she's reacting to in the first place. Thus, she shouldn't be able to strike One Giant Onion for reacting to that content.
Right, and saying, as others have argued, it's just incredibly hypocritical for her to do this. Especially because someone like Sniper Wolf, they should understand just how serious it can feel to get hit with a strike.
Sniper Wolf has been on the platform for so long now, she knows just how special it is to be a content creator and how much a strike hurts that. Like the kind of toll that
Special?
takes.
That's-
And yet she
sounds
still
weird.
went through with that. That is so sad. That is heartless.
But then, here's the thing with all this. Sniper Wolf responds, saying, I want to clarify that I did not strike anyone's video. I do not have any pending takedown notices. I believe someone else must have done it on my behalf. With Moist Critical then responding, if that's true, you should contact the strike channel and get the information of the person who did strike it so you can take legal action against them. There's a huge problem with this dog shit on the platform right now, so it'd be great to put a stop to it. With that, then seemingly creating a side feud of its own, with Sniper Wolf defending herself, saying the channel made no effort to contact her, and adding that it is irresponsible to post a video with false information. We also saw her as of this morning saying she reached out to One Giant Onion on Twitter to say it is not her or her claim and he should contact someone about it. And there, as of recording, it does look like he's trying to get more information on what's going on. With then one of the biggest updates being that Moist Critical actually put out a video today titled Sniper Wolf Did Not Strike a Channel, and in it, he apologized.
So apologies to Sniper Wolf. I'm sorry for the big headache that this must have caused when she didn't do it. She wasn't the one that issued the strike.
With Moist saying that he was able to look at all the information that One Giant Onion received about the strike, right? And from what he saw, it looked like it came from someone pretending to work for an agency that claimed to represent Sniper Wolf. With him then going on to talk about the history of and the continued problems of impersonator strikes. Right? As far as the history,
Well, I wonder if if that guy actually did reach out to her, like, would she really have responded? I kind of doubt it.
talking about the guy that impersonated Bungie and that whole ordeal, where Bungie actually hit a YouTuber with a $7.6 million lawsuit.
So
And well,
it
Charlie and
depend
I think
how.
many
They
others do
probably have
pretty
like a business inquiries email that Sniper Wolf has somebody else run that would probably get back to her. Going creeper? My creeper. She used to be a streamer, right? I think I had heard of her like forever ago, but when like it's just not content for me.
At YouTube with doing a relatively good job when it comes to situations like this. Seemingly more needs to be done, and specifically it needs to be done on YouTube's end, right? Noting that there are limitations to what a creator or just a regular person can do in a situation like
I
this.
also asked if she would be taking any action against them for the impersonation strikes, since it is illegal.
Oh,
And we have already
that.
seen a
Yeah.
legal case from this with Bungie, as well as YouTube themselves doing this. I mention this all the time. YouTube dunked on a false flagger back in like 2019. They ruined them, annihilated them. So I asked if Sniper Wolf would be trying to take action. She talks about how they're a foreign company, so it's pretty hard. And she's right. Since it is a foreign entity, her options are kind of limited there. So it's going to really be up to YouTube to solve this issue. Apparently this group has done this multiple times in the past, and now they've just done it again. So it looks like the only option to save the day is going to be sending up the bat signal and hoping YouTube will put on the cape and shut this group down, and maybe they will pursue something legally against them, because this is an issue that is
Wait,
spiraling.
why don't they say the name of it? I feel like that would be important. Why would I watch Steve-O's podcast? Well, he has his own podcast. I don't know if you'd count that. Because he does it with like a bunch of people. He does it with like Mudahar and shit. I feel like you'd be too busy to go on other podcasts.
Out of control now.
But ultimately, that is where we are with this right now. It'll be interesting to see if anything does actually happen
Anything
on YouTube's
interesting
end
happen?
here, if we get more information, if there's gonna be more of a crackdown. But in the meantime, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts and opinions, both on the specific issue of the Moist Critical Sniper Wolf situation, as well as the more grand and overarching story here. But then let's shift gears to some quickie news, starting with the fact that Andrew Tate is free, at least to leave Romania. Right, and that because a court in Romania ruled over the weekend that both he and his brother Tristan can actually leave the country. But they
Bro, I just don't even care. Go away. Andrew Tate. It's not fun anymore. Even if they're like, yes, he got a life sentence, I'd be like, cool, I don't really care.
have to stay in the European
Outside of
Union,
like
right? 'Cause
the general sense of I want justice for the victims, of course, but in terms of entertainment, I don't find it fun to talk about Tate anymore.
they were out of prison. They were previously locked in Romania, but now they have more mobility. With the Tates' lawyer telling the New York Times that it seems like the court is gradually loosening its grip, with him also adding in a statement. We embrace and applaud the decision of the court today. I consider it a reflection
Bro,
of
he
the
looks like
exemplary
he's
behavior
aged
and
so
assistance
much.
of my clients. Andrew and Tristan are still determined to clear their name and reputation. And Andrew responding to the news on Twitter by saying, I am free, the sham case is falling apart. So there, one, the Tates are still awaiting trial for the sex trafficking and rape charges against them. And two, just this morning it appears they got more bad news, right? Because you have outlets in the UK now reporting that a court in London is hearing tax evasion claims against them, with it being alleged they haven't paid taxes on $27 million in revenue.
No. The thing that they said they did.
But as far as if anything comes from that, that remains to be seen. And also, I mean, with the trial in Romania, there still hasn't been a date set. So the slow roll just appears to be continuing. But then, in quick business news, we saw Paramount agreeing to a merger with Skydance Media. And looking at it, it's actually a pretty complicated deal. It comes amid months of negotiations and offers and drama that, I mean, could fill an entire season of Succession. But, I mean, it spells out a big shift in Hollywood because Paramount was run by one family, right? The Redstones, for decades. But in this deal, Skydance's
Well,
David
it
Ellison
is
would actually
very
take
good
charge, which, I mean,
actress.
that's just a huge shift for one of Hollywood's most historic
Question.
studios. You know, all of this coming as Paramount's had a very rough go of it in the Netflix and streaming era, with them spending billions on its own service, only to kind of be late to the game and struggling to get people to sign up. With reports saying that its shares have fallen over 75% in the last 5 years. But, I mean, keep in mind, this is not a done deal. As far as where things stand right now, the merger, it has a 45-day period that still allows Paramount's board to search around for better deals. But, I mean, as the New York Times has explained, if it closes, it will anoint a new mogul in Hollywood, saying the deal is in some ways the story of media writ large, with a family that made its fortune in traditional entertainment largely replaced by one enriched by technology. Right in there, noting that David Ellison's father is Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle. And then, you know, as far as the future of Paramount, you actually had Ellison speaking about that on an investor call today, saying the goal is to double down on Paramount.
This guy makes me insanely uncomfortable. The way he looks.
Prowess as one of the world-class storytelling enterprises and also ensure the company is positioned to be able to expand into a tech hybrid. Right? And reports noting that the new leadership really emphasized the tech angle a lot. And so also with that, saying that rebuilding the Paramount Plus streaming service and other direct-to-consumer businesses, that was a top priority, which I think is probably
Um, Wait, is Deep Space Nine the one with Cisco, or is it the one with the lady? Got her name. If it's one at the space station, do you think it is? Or am I getting it? Okay. What's the other one? I don't know why. Voyager. Yeah, I get Voyager and Deep Space Nine mixed up. I don't even know why, because I was recently watching Deep Space Nine with Fraser. We kind of just stopped watching it, but I had never seen it, or I had like vague memories of some parts of it, like Jadzia. And yeah, that show is fucking fire. Like I like completely like it's like a like TNG is probably like the best in terms of like it'll have like the best episodes, but I feel like the quality is it's not like really a through line like Deep Space Nine is, where I think like the quality in TNG is like, oh, some episodes are like bangers and some are just like really fucking weird. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Voyager. I've only seen like a few episodes maybe. It was like one of those things my parents watched, so I didn't really get to pick and choose when I watched it. Growing up, at least.
probably smart because as far as when I emphasize the tech angle a lot. And so also with that, saying that rebuilding the Paramount Plus streaming service and other direct-to-consumer businesses, that was a top priority, which I think is probably smart because as far as when I think about Paramount Plus, I just think of it as the third-rate streaming service that
I think about Star Trek and that's about it. And then sometimes randomly a movie I want to watch will be there.
Constantly confused with Peacock. Like every now and then I'll find myself going like, what's that show I want to watch? It's on one of the P ones, which, you know, while anecdotal because it's just my experience, probably not a great sign. And then Boeing just pled guilty to conspiring to defraud the FAA. Right? And specifically, this is over allegations that they misled the FAA about the software responsible for their fatal 737 MAX crashes. With those two, as you might remember, nosediving in
Someone's having a really good year, huh?
Indonesia and Ethiopia in 2018 and 2019. Because by automatically pushing the plane's nose down in certain conditions, the software aimed to save money by reducing the training needed for pilots. But of course, it malfunctioned, leading to what the judge last year called the deadliest corporate crime
they also
in
didn't tell
US
him,
history,
right?
killing 346 people and leaving hundreds, if not thousands, of loved ones grieving.
We miss her so much every minute.
I've been losing sleep over.
There's a dumb episode with O'Brien and Bashir and some stupid alien
I did
bioweapon.
not only lost my daughter. I lost my
Yeah, even the
past,
pocket episodes are
my today, my future.
And actually, as a part of the
Part
plea
of the
deal,
whole,
Boeing's
you know?
board of directors have to meet with those relatives. And this after CEO Dave Calhoun apologized for those deaths in a Senate hearing last month.
I apologize for the grief that we have caused.
But arguably more significant with this plea deal is that Boeing's going to have to pay a fine of $244 million, which notably is the exact amount it's believed to have saved from using the faulty software.
Nice.
And that'll be in addition to at least $455 million over the next 3 years to boost safety.
I feel like that number should be higher.
Safety and compliance programs, both of which are relatively small compared to the $2.5 billion fine Boeing paid in a previous settlement in 2021, or that $20 billion it lost during the 20 months when its MAX planes were grounded by the FAA. And so now the judge just has to approve the plea deal, and the world's biggest aerospace company will literally be declared a convicted felon. For whatever that's worth, I guess. I mean, it's an abstract legal entity. Tons of people died, money's being spent, no one's going behind bars. And instead, what we're seeing is, you know, the DOJ will select an independent monitor to oversee the firm's compliance and publicly file annual progress reports. So essentially, for the next 3 years,
Bring
Boeing
back
is on probation, and
trains.
they could face further penalties.
You can't
if
do
they're
a
not
9/11
good.
with
Also,
the
I mean,
train.
the conviction could threaten its ability to bid for government contracts from the likes of NASA.
At least not easily.
and the
Or as
Pentagon.
easily, I
There,
mean.
I mean, it could still try to get waivers, and you better believe it's going to fight like hell for them. Right? I mean, we're talking about a company that got nearly
Not easily,
$23
but
billion
practically? I
in
don't know,
contracts from
whatever.
the DoD alone last year. With government contracts bringing in 37% of their revenue during that time. I mean, going back, all those penalties, like that's not enough for many victims' families. With many wanting the DOJ to seek a fine of as much as $25 billion, most all, they wanted a triumph. With the mother of one victim telling Western Mass News,
if a human being, a regular individual, killed 346 people, believe me, they would not be getting a plea deal. But we can't put this corporation in jail. We should be
chickens.
jailing the executives for the corporation.
which is why some of the victims' families' lawyers say they plan to ask the judge not to approve the plea deal, arguing that, it gets Boeing on the conspiracy fraud charge, but it ignores the most important crime of all, the deaths of 346 people. Though there, we've seen the DOJ counter saying that manslaughter charges would be too hard to prove, and also saying the statute of limitations makes going after specific individuals very difficult. And as far
Statute of limitations? Do still have all my fingers and toes. I did stub my toe pretty hard though.
as Boeing, they're going to try and move on and bury all this in the past. But I'm now looking forward to getting a fresh new CEO later this year and hopefully acquiring Spirit Aerosystems. Though this also happening as they're facing another criminal probe into the Alaska Airlines door plug blowout back in January. And then, I gotta say, it has been fun to
Fuck
learn how you
airplanes,
guys
yo.
are using your
I
SeatGeek winning.
hate flying so much. We gotta bring back trains! Doctor debate ethics of NRP procedures?
Still,
What?
my favorite kind of dilemma. And yeah, I know, that's why I'm asking you. So this has to do with organ donation. Because as you're very likely aware, there are way more people who need organs than there are organs available to give them. With there being about 100,000 people currently on waiting lists, 17 of which die every single day. But there's a lot of chatter right now in the medical field about a solution that this one doctor calls revolutionary and another calls a game changer. And it's called normothermic regional perfusion, or NRP for short. And here's how it works. Minutes after a patient dies, a surgeon can cut them open and attach a pump, usually to their heart. It gets the blood pumping again, and it restores the flow of oxygen-rich blood to the organs. So whereas the organ, let's say a liver or a kidney would normally become oxygen deprived before getting put on ice, with NRP, it comes out in a much healthier state. And that not only increases the number of organs available for transplant, it also raises the odds that an organ will work after it's transplanted, which is why
It's gonna, well, never mind.
unsurprisingly, about half of the 56 organ procurement organizations in the US have already started using NRP and more are planning to do so. But notably, you have some holding out because of passionate criticism, both moral and legal. Right? And it's mainly focused on how NRP it blurs the line between life and death. See, because
I mean, come on. I feel like we've already kind of established, like, the, I guess I'll let
there are only two ways that someone can actually be officially declared dead. Either they are brain dead or their heart stops beating permanently. But NRP, it restarts the heartbeat. So critics say that it actually reverses the very thing that made the declaration of death and therefore the organ retrieval possible in the first place. Right?
Okay, so then we just change the wording. Well, you got nothing going on up here. I'm pretty sure you're dead enough.
Argument is that the surgeon is just treating death like a formality, a box to check off, with them just waiting there for the patient's heart to stop beating so they can go, okay, dead, and immediately get it beating again. Which is why you have this one bioethicist telling NPR, the bottom line is that NRP violates foundational ethical norms around the determination of death and should not be pursued, with them also helping to write a policy statement opposing NRP for the American College of Physicians. But then on the other side of this, you have supporters of NRP saying, hey, the surgeon
you
claims
got other
off
organs,
blood
it's
flow
fine
to
to
the brain
come
during the procedure. Right, so one of their arguments is there's no
take what they
danger
can
of the
get.
patient resuming any brain activity, never mind regaining consciousness. So there, critics say they worry that some blood flow might still get through and activate neurons, which wouldn't wake that person up, but it could throw into question whether they are really dead or not. But there you have Dr. Marty Sellers, an advocate of NRP, telling the outlet, it's irrefutable that we are not causing any increased deaths with NRP, and we are saving more lives with NRP. And if you can argue with that, I don't have much to say to you. And
Alright, I'm on his side.
while people are discussing the pros and cons of it, people are dying, which is why
I mean, you can have, like, a ethics conversation debate just on, like, a theoretical sense, but, I mean, I don't really see any downsides, personally speaking. Outside of, like, I don't know, some, like, logistical classifications, which, those things can be changed. That's fine. seems silly to be against it.
Gotta ask, what are your thoughts here? I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then we've got to talk about Russia, Ukraine, because yesterday Russian missiles hit civilian targets all over Ukraine, including a prominent children's hospital. Now, Russia's defense ministry, they claimed without any evidence that the children's hospital wasn't actually their fault, saying instead it was due to, quote, the fall of a Ukrainian air defense missile. However, the actual evidence from the scene is that it looks like it was a Russian KH-101 cruise missile, with scenes from the hospital also showing that a large section of it collapsed and voices can be heard from the rubble. Although Kyiv was hardly the only city attacked, and in total over 50 civilian buildings were damaged across the country and over 30 people were killed. Though it also reportedly could have gotten a lot worse, except for the fact that Ukrainian defense systems reportedly shot down 30 of the 38 missiles that Russia launched. Now, Russia, they tried to justify the attack by claiming that it only targeted military targets and because Ukraine has struck Russia itself.
Well, those kids, might have, fought for their country eventually, so, fair target, right?
Also, regarding that, Ukraine has been hitting targets within Russia, although they're notably energy and other military-related targets like ammo depots. And this is, Russia's excuse that it only targeted military targets. It doesn't check out. Pretty much everything hit was a civilian building, and it doesn't help that Russia has terrorized Ukrainian citizens with indiscriminate attacks since the war began. So it's not like it's this random one-off incident. And so it's unsurprising to see that following the attack, there's been widespread condemnation. But with that, when Ukraine tried to bring up the issue with the UN Security Council, that didn't go anywhere. And that because Russia's actually the current chair of the council. And there, quote, Ukraine is not on the agenda this month, with the body once again proving itself to be pretty useless. So within Ukraine, we saw the head of the presidential administration tweeting, "This shelling targeted civilians, hit infrastructure, and the whole world should see today the consequences of terror, which can only be responded to by force." And online, you had Zelensky adding, "Russia cannot claim ignorance of where its missiles are flying and must be held fully accountable for all its crimes." And while in person, during a meeting with the Polish prime minister in Warsaw, he said, "We will retaliate against these people. We will deliver a powerful response from our
That is a fire shirt.
side to Russia for sure. The question to
Yeah,
our partners is,
surprisingly,
can they
yeah.
respond?" Also online, we've seen content creators speaking out, creators like Zeppela, for example, is from the US but lived in Bucha and managed to get out just before Russia massacred nearly 1,400 people there. And he had this to say, saying, "Russians fired a direct hit on a children's cancer hospital in Kyiv today. They know exactly what they are doing and they just don't care. Praying for justice as people work to rescue survivors from the rubble this morning." Also, the timing of this attack for Russia probably couldn't be worse either, because NATO leaders are actually due to meet for a 3-day summit about Ukraine this week. And during that, it's expected that discussions about whether to expand to Ukraine and how much will be discussed. Right, so if Russia's mission was to discourage Ukrainian resistance with attacks like this, it's going to do the opposite. With Putin now giving Zelensky the perfect chance to go in front of NATO to point to these atrocities and say, hey, we need more aid. And then, so most Americans probably already think that 2024, it's going to be a crazy election year. But here's the truth. It's already been a crazy election year. I mean, just this weekend alone, we saw groundbreaking elections in both the UK and France, with the parties on the left coming out on top, with the numbers from both being absolutely wild. I mean, first up, you had the UK snap election happening on July 4th, and there we saw a different kind of British ousting, with the parties there only having a few months to prepare, as former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak called for them back in late May. With, I mean, even at the time, it's seeming crazy.
I don't know if this is like a Texas thing, and because I've only voted in person in Texas, but like, they don't have like they're not like right next to each other, but they don't have like the privacy sheets, and like, honestly, I don't give a fuck. You can see what I voted for. But is that like a old school thing that they don't really do anymore? Or is it maybe just the places that I go to have large space so they don't feel the need to? Because they're not like close. Like, I couldn't like look over and be like, who's that person voting for? But I could probably if I tried hard enough. So, side note. Yeah, they were having a right-wing wave, but there is some good going on, yeah. God, my desk is so dirty. I'm a little... Speaking of being brain dead, or having brain death, I feel pretty brain dead today, if I'm being honest. So sorry if I had a little low energy. You live in a civil... Alright, brag about it, Spec.
Easy to do that, as the Conservative Party was extremely unpopular and Sunak couldn't get his government to pass a damn thing. But also, most pundits actually felt like it was probably the best time to do it, because the Conservatives' popularity was continuing to go down anyways. So there was this belief of, hey, the number's gonna be bad, but they may be worse further down the line. However, as you heard me say before, Sunak is the former prime minister. And the Tories, they didn't just lose. They took their worst beating since 1906, winning just 121 out of 650 seats. And mind you, in 2019, they won 365. And as far as the Labour Party, they had an amazing turnaround, winning a clear majority of 412 seats in the House of Commons. Which also means that you and I have to remember the name of the now 5th prime minister in just the past 8 years, Keir Starmer. Also, on the note of recent history, this win ends the 14 years
What a weird
of conservative
name.
rule
Keir
there.
Starmer just sounds to me like the name of a company. Like Kaiser Permanent. Like it looks like two things combined. Yeah, like a law firm.
Which also isn't surprising, right? Many Brits have become disillusioned with Brexit. They're angry at all the controversies that the government has had over the past few years, and the general feeling is that things are just getting worse and worse. And in
Yeah,
fact,
Starmer, not great, but he seems okay. I always love how like epic 10 Downing Street is. It just looks like the tiny little house.
after winning, Starmer told the country,
No doubt.
Scandinavian yogurt? Yeah, I
We
can see
will
that. Keir
rebuild
Starmer.
Britain, brick
Strawberry.
by brick.
Yeah, can I get a strawberry Keir
We will
Starmer?
rebuild the infrastructure of opportunity.
and for his part, Sunak took responsibility for his party's loss. But with that said, we gotta jump to the French election because the results yesterday were crazy. When we last spoke, it seemed like the far-right National Rally, they were gonna sweep things. That France was taking a hard pivot to the right. And the big thing with French elections is that if no one gets 50% of the vote, it goes
Yeah, but they forget she's a woman.
to a runoff. And while the National Rally did win a lot of seats outright, it wasn't enough to secure anything for sure. But the numbers for the National Rally still very strong, and it seemed like, hey, they might be able to get a clear majority or at least some
200? Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? They're like the same game over and over again.
something pretty close. But after seeing the initial success for the right, the left parties and Macron's centrist one panicked, and they vowed to more or less work together to stop the right from winning more seats. With one of the most effective ways
Oh yeah, it does very much sound like a Plo Koon, Keir Starmer. Definitely a Star Wars ass name. Like a Shlee Plunth or something. Just noises. Mace Windu. What do you mean? What do you mean a reference? If he was named after it, then okay. But it just sounds like it sounds like he is more of not a real person when you say reference. Yeah, we worked with like a Ukrainian company on a project, and all of their names are fucking crazy. Like Vlodoenkish Orakowski, so or something like that. Like they had like the craziest names. I'm not saying that's actually one of their names, but it was like shit like that. Like it was like so many like Alexandrina like Stokowski. We're gonna get weird ass names, like I don't know. Ukrainian name. Yeah, like Mikola, Petro, Oleg, yeah, Oleg, Alexander, Alexander. This was like Alexander. Andrei, Vasil, and Ivan. We have crazy Ukrainian names. Valentina. Hola. First, middle, last being John, but from different countries. That'd be kind of fire. Oh, you actually worked with someone with that? That's funny. Rick Rickerson? Oh my god. You know that they knew. Like, imagine like having your parents just clown on you like that. I had somebody my sister dated whose name was Harry Dixon. To be fair, his parents were Korean, so maybe they didn't really get it, or his mom was. Maybe she didn't realize it, but like, I mean, like Korean from Korea, not just like because they're Korean. But it's like, ooh, kind of getting trolled by mom and dad there.
They did this was by encouraging their candidates who got third place in the first round of elections to just
Oh,
drop
no,
out and
play
encourage their supporters to
Leonka?
vote against the national rally. And well, yeah, there's some nuance to this, as there are a bunch of parties that don't always get along, so this didn't happen every single time.
Oh,
More
it's
or
not
less,
too
it
late,
is how it
Tacoma.
went, and it clearly worked. Because the national rally, they went from looking like they'd win around 260 seats to just 142. But then the biggest winners
Harry's
actually being the
so
left-wing coalition New Popular Front, who scored 182 seats, while Macron's party went from being way behind the others to getting 100.
Okay. I assume it probably sounds less weird in French, but New Popular Front just sounds like some Nazi shit. I guess because I'm getting it mixed up with Stormfront. I think it's the front part.
163 seats, which, while yeah, that is way less than the 245 they won in 2022, it is far better than they were
Other left, other right.
projected to do. All that said, I mean, New Popular Front coming out on top, it's a huge surprise for a number of reasons. I mean, one, it did look like France was taking a hard right turn in 2024, but also, I mean, this is a group that is literally—
Yeah, but they did the same thing like the last election cycle. Le Pen, or not last, this is probably like quite a few. I don't know how often it happened. Maybe like 8+ years ago, when Le Pen like first started being in prominence. Like she was like really popular initially, right? And then like once it got farther along, her popularity just, and then they ended up with Macron.
few weeks old, with notably the largest party in that coalition being France Unbound. And that's actually going to make things kind of complicated, because they and Macron, they definitely do not like each other, with Macron even calling them troublemakers in the past. Making things even more awkward is that Macron has spent years talking shit about the left and proclaiming that they were dead in French politics. So understand, this is a win for the center and the left, but things, they are very likely going to get messy. I mean, right out the gate, no party has a clear majority, and all three don't really want to work together. So at the very least, it's going to be hard for a single person to become prime minister and be able to form a majority government. And I mean, from there, it's going to be even harder to outlast any potential no confidence votes. Also on that front, France Unbound is demanding that
Minecraft? I don't know. Building Dragonstone, so I paid the $5 to play it on my phone, and I bought like a add-on pack, so I have like dragons now, and it's pretty cool. Like I wouldn't play Minecraft on my computer, but I like playing it on my phone. Exactly the language the neo-Nazis hide behind. Yeah, exactly. Some Nazis voted for that party thinking that they're Nazis. Yeah, maybe that was a five-head idea. Dumbass Nazis being like, oh, that sounds kind of Nazi-ish. Let's vote for that. I know you are, chicken. I wasn't actually being serious. Try Oxygen. Well, I don't know if you count that a crafting game, but Oxygen not included is fun. Stop being a pussy and play Elden Ring. That's another option. That's crafting spec. Party the most straight thinking folk know that term comes from what? I kind of forgot about it, to be honest. The DLC. I'll go pee really quick. Fallout 3 or Fallout 3 is pretty. I tried playing it. Now, if you want to try of that era, I'd try Fallout 3 New Vegas. Those are two different games. Fallout 3 and Fallout 3 New Vegas. Or Fallout 4. I liked Fallout 4 personally. Oh. Oh, you probably won't like 3 though. It's supposedly worse. I tried playing it once, but like the beginning part takes so long, I just completely lost interest. So I can't actually talk about the rest of what happens. I heard Witcher 3 is good. I don't know, never played it. Really weird. Tiny little skin tag or whatever they're called. I've had it for like ever. But it's so such in a weird spot.
Macron name a new prime minister from the left. Potential no confidence votes. Also on that front, France Unbowed is demanding that Macron name a new prime minister from the left parties. We also saw the current prime minister attempting to resign since he no longer had a clear majority, but Macron denied that resignation, instead asking him to stay in place until things are figured out so at least someone's in charge. And as far as the national rally, they seem to be taking the loss in stride, with Marine Le Pen telling supporters the tide is rising. It didn't rise high enough this time, but it is still rising. Which I mean,
Again, that sounds like Nazi talk. What the fuck? Well, not again, but like this is picking up with some weird wording here, huh?
on that note, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Are the results here that this temporary alliance, is it a temporary blip or is it a long-term trend? I mean, that still remains to be seen. But then, just to give you a little 30-second break from the news, I wanted to let you know you actually have 10 more hours left if you about them. There's this problem that is plaguing hundreds of thousands of Americans today, and the unfortunate thing is it's like a decades-old issue. In fact, to properly explain this and convey just how ridiculous it is, we have to go all the way back to January of 1955.
You are
Oh, that's when Chicken graduated college.
here to participate in an atomic maneuver.
Right, it's the height of the Cold War. Americans are terrified of communism, and there is a genuine fear that the Soviet Union might attack the United States. So for the past several years, the US military has been doing training exercises in Nevada to prepare for that event. And generals imagine themselves using nuclear weapons on American soil to repel a Soviet invasion.
Today, the latest weapons, coupled with the fighting skill of the American soldier, stand ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So I have an irrational way of thinking that I feel like I could survive a nuclear blast. I know I couldn't, but I feel like there's no reason to not think that. To like cope. Like I know I wouldn't. But I think I'd be fine here. Like look, that survived. I'll be fine. Watch when the wind blows. I can write it down. Is it a movie? Yeah, I'm like a refrigerator, I'll be fine type Actually, I don't know if I can fit in my fridge. I think I probably could. Fuck no, I don't want to watch Grave of the Fireflies. It's like the most depressing movie ever. It's one of, like, I think Miyazaki's most obvious, I guess. He's like hyper anti-war, and I feel like it really it's so apparent his feelings towards, like, in all of his other movies it's like fun but it's still anti-war, or it's just like that one's just like not fun. I thought it was a Miyazaki movie. Did he work on it? Am I getting my stuff mixed up? Oh, it's just a Studio Ghibli thing. That makes sense. Okay. What? Ah! Oh, it's an animated movie. It's all in the past. I loved music back then. Dude, David Bowie did some random shit.
Minutes after the blast, the troops are moving forward toward Ground Zero to see for themselves the effects of nuclear devices.
Right, I mean, back then, they actually thought that soldiers would just march into the mushroom cloud to finish off, I guess, whatever enemy troops somehow survived that. And although...
Yeah, I'd be fine.
the Soviet invasion obviously
Speaking about Fallout...
came, the United States detonated bomb after bomb after bomb, conducting over 200 atmospheric tests of nuclear weapons in the Nevada desert and the Marshall Islands between 1946 and 1962. And all the while, the military knew about the dangers of radiation exposure right from the beginning. Not only because the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki died off in the tens of thousands over the years that followed, but also because the US occupation forces there suffered from the exact same ailments, from cancers to sores to rashes and hair falling out. And at the same time, researchers were studying the effects of radiation on American civilians as well, and sometimes without the patient's informed consent, something that was revealed by the Albuquerque Tribune in 1993, with then President Clinton apologizing in 1995 for an experiment conducted in the mid-40s.
Scientists injected plutonium into 18 patients without their knowledge. In another, doctors exposed indigent cancer patients to excessive doses of radiation.
This is what these anti-vaxxer retards, like, they want to be like, I don't know, they think that this is like what's happening to them. It's like, come on.
A treatment from which it is virtually impossible that
they wouldn't do it on a large scale. They would do it sneaky.
They could ever benefit.
But as you just saw in the beginning, they weren't the only unwitting test subjects of the atomic weapons program, because throughout the entire...
Oh, see, all you need is a hole.
Saw in the beginning, they weren't the only unwitting test subjects of...
Dig a hole, you'll live it.
The atomic weapons program, because throughout the entire period between 1946 and 63, as many as 400,000 or 500,000 soldiers and sailors observed the blast from just a few miles away, either on ships or in trenches. And when you remember that the government knew how dangerous the radiation was at the time, the stories are insane. Right? Even before reaching the test site, sailors were showered in radioactive rainwater from the previous blast, with them then ordered to decontaminate the deck.
This is what libertarians would be okay with happening. They're like, government's too much regulation, but also government does this, even though they're like, no, I should be able to do this.
By scrubbing them with long-handled brushes. And doing all this with little to no protective equipment, basically just regular clothes, and if they were really lucky, some fucking goggles. With one vet even recalling,
we all had to stand on the main deck and turn our backs and put our hands over our eyes.
And then the blast hit, and they could feel the heat, hear the deafening roar, and see their ship trembling as the shockwave knocked some of them off their feet.
The first bomb, I had my hands over my eyes, they detonated, and I could see all the bones in my hand.
Which, yeah, when you have X-ray vision like Superman, you can safely assume you've received an unsafe dose of radiation. And all of this was part of the US government testing not only the bombs themselves, but the effect they had on equipment and people. Because again, leaders are imagining they're gonna deploy these suckers on the battlefield someday. Though thankfully, Kennedy banned above ground and underwater tests in 1963.
For the first time, an agreement has been reached on bringing the forces of nuclear destruction
I have heard that, chicken. You want to buy some?
under international control.
But, I mean, they just went underground instead, with more than 800 tests continuing as late as 1992. And according to the National Association of Atomic Veterans, throughout the whole atomic age, from the first test of Oppenheimer's bomb to the very last, more than 1 million US Armed Forces personnel, civilian scientists, and
Don't worry about it, chicken.
engineering technicians were involved in the detonation of nuclear and thermonuclear weapons. And, we're not just talking about the people who stood there and watched the bombs go off, right? There's also the crews who came in years later to clean up the
Just see. Hallucinating.
mess once again without much protective equipment. With Keith Kiefer, who was deployed to the Marshall Islands in 1978, saying,
And they say, oh, you don't have anything to worry
Alright, so
about.
that'll
You're
be
not
$5
gonna get
million.
exposed to any more radiation than you would walking around the city of New York or living in Denver, Colorado, or wearing a watch with a radium dial.
He worked 12-hour days, 6 days a week, digging up irradiated soil and drinking heavily irradiated water. And then 6 months later, going home and quickly suffering unexplained symptoms.
How is he alive?
I love suicide, man. More death.
Got his
More
rat
suicide,
away.
dog. Please. I need it. I love it. Inject that right into my veins, man.
Muscle pain, bone aches, fevers that would come and go without.
And he eventually found out that he was sterile, he had autoimmune diseases, degenerative bone disease, and spinal stenosis. With him saying, by the age of 40, I was told I had the bone structure of a 90-year-old. But he and all the other so-called atomic veterans, they were forbidden from speaking about their involvement in the atomic weapons program. So even when they got ill, they couldn't even tell their doctors they might have been exposed to radiation. And that veil of secrecy, it wasn't lifted until 1996. So by that time, the plight of atomic veterans was already well known.
I mean, I feel like you should just say it anyways at that point.
For years. So much so that in the late 70s, Congress began debating legislation that would compensate atomic veterans. But it wasn't until 1990 that the Radiation Exposure and Compensation Act, or RECA, was passed, providing lump sum payments of up to $100,000 not only to atomic veterans, but also to two other groups that are often overlooked: uranium miners and downwinders. The first of which is pretty self-explanatory, but the downwinders, they require a little bit of an explanation. Right? They're all the people and the descendants of people who lived downwind from the nuclear test site during that era. And I mean, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around how much radiation they were exposed to over the decades. Right? Collectively, all the bombs detonated at the Nevada test site released 12 billion curies of radiation, which makes the 81 million released by Chernobyl look like child's play. And so that nuclear fallout, it got carried by the
All right. I was fine.
wind for hundreds of miles, and it coated
Not that I was alive in the 50s.
Livestock, crops, soil, clothing, people. And of course, the government did what the government does. The government lied about the radiation. So the people, they didn't know they were in danger. Though at
Shout
least
out
in the
downwinders.
1950s, they knew there were atomic tests going on. Though the same can't be said for Oppenheimer's Trinity test in New Mexico, where the government claimed that the giant mushroom cloud was just an explosion at a munitions dump. And so according to the documentary First We Bombed New Mexico, there were little girls dancing around in the ash, tasting it on their tongues, thinking it was summer snow. And this happened primarily there, as well as Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, but also it reached as far as Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, with radiation contributing to thousands or possibly tens of thousands of deaths since then, though exact figures are hard to pin down. And many more who didn't die, they suffered from debilitating diseases that they've then passed on to their children and grandchildren, with the same future generations reporting birth defects, cancers, immune disorders, and other health problems throughout their lives.
I had cancer. My sisters had cancer, my only sister.
I thought, that's why my brother died of cancer. That's why my mom died of cancer. That's why my sister has a brain tumor.
This is reminding me of when I read The Running Man, how everyone's just like mega cancered out. I assume that was an inspiration. I know Stephen King has this, or at least went through a phase where he was like obsessed with talking about radiation and shit.
documented more than 4 dozen cases of rare diseases and cancers in her immediate family.
And so since 1990, Rika has dispersed $2.7 billion to around 40,000 atomic vets and others exposed to radiation. Though it is very important to note, it did not cover everybody. Right, to be eligible, you had to live in one of a few states, have a certain disease, and show proof of both. And for whatever reason, the list of eligible states doesn't include New Mexico, where the first Trinity test occurred. But even with that, Rika is arguably less strict than the requirements for VA benefits. Right there, it can be hard to obtain documents proving that you participated in nuclear testing, especially since the vets were sworn to secrecy about it for decades. And then, even when the VA does approve a case, it can take years, by which time the veteran may already be dead or dying. And so the PACT Act, which is usually thought of as the bill for burn pit victims, it also expanded coverage for atomic veterans. But in the year after it was signed, the VA reportedly rejected 86% of radiation-related claims, which is why one advocate says, although Rika offers fewer benefits than the VA, it is much easier to navigate and get veterans compensated far quicker. And if a recent bill became law, Rika would have not only been reauthorized, but expanded as well. Because the Democratic-led Senate, they passed multiple bipartisan versions of it last year. But when they reached the GOP-led House, each one got stuck for months because Republicans claimed that it was just too expensive. And
this is how you can always, another example of why they hate you. Yeah, we love veterans, but everything we do is to say like, nope, fuck off.
Even though the bill's sponsors said they whittled down the program's projected cost from $143 billion to 50 or 60. And the US already plans to spend $50 billion per year to maintain its nuclear forces this decade. But Speaker Mike Johnson wouldn't even bring Rika up for a vote, so the program expired on June 7th, bringing a nearly
We gotta keep doing those tax cuts, come on.
25-year effort to atone for the crimes of America's Cold War to a premature end. Not because the problem's been solved or it's just some distant history. No, atomic veterans are still alive today, and they're as young as 60 and as old as 100. And if you ask them, many say that it feels like the government's just basically waiting for them to die. And also, like some kind of sick joke, the Defense Department recently handed out commemorative service medals to atomic vets, with one telling NBC, it looks like something you'd win at a carnival, and adding,
yeah, I was gonna say, this kind of looks like shit. Watch the medals themselves be like irradiated or something to try and speed up the process. They're just like, all right, quickly die faster.
I've been fighting this thing for 15 years. There's nothing I can do about it. We were guinea pigs.
Good question.
But then on top of
Free
that,
pizza,
even
maybe
when
that
they
would be
do
worth
die,
it.
this issue's not going away because they have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren who will continue.
How could they have children if it made them sterile?
To suffer the lingering effects of bombs dropped 7 decades ago. And as far as what happens next, is something done? Is it just continually ignored? Thankfully, there still may be a chance to slip Rika into the next effect.
Being a retard, conservative. The Boys, this season is so bad. The politics is so on the nose, and it's just ridiculous. Like, they did the whole Jewish space lasers thing, and it was just like, oh my god, you're being way too like preachy, like libbed up. It's like super cringe. It's not like there's a character that's doing it like intentionally to be a commentary and being super like libbed up and cringe. It's like the show itself is being libbed up and cringe. It's so bad. Your lasers, those are Lupus's lasers. Or I guess, I don't know. Was the Jewish space, obviously it was like an anti-Semitic thing, but was it like a specifically anti-Israel thing? Because I suppose I wouldn't imagine it would have been coming from her. Oh, gave you the codes? Well, shit. I said nothing about nobody.
Budget as an amendment and try to get it passed that way. But for that to really have a chance to happen, 1, people need to know about this, and 2, we need public pressure on lawmakers to do the right thing, which is also why anytime we're talking about
and
a
the
story
code is just 3. It's just the number 3.
like this, I'm gonna start doing it
You
today.
told me
The
to.
easiest way to contact your congressperson, I'm gonna include links in the description. My dumb ass talking about things, just one part of the equation. But that, my friends, is the end of your Monday evening.
I'm so bad with media literacy. Yeah, but it's like kind of like annoying in my opinion. Like I'm getting annoyed by it in the show because it's like super on the like it's not clever. It's just kind of saying like I don't know. Oh, I can't type that in. My keyboard doesn't do that. Is that your... You're crazy. I can't even highlight it. What the fuck? Oh, wait, there we go. All right, I'm highlighting the code, copying it up. When I fix the copy paste, I'll add that to my copy paste of pasta file. Oh wait, that doesn't even copy paste correctly. God damn it. I'm actually kind of surprised that Notebook was even able to do part of it. Well shit, I'll just have that there and I'll be confused by it. It's the perfect code.
I just don't.
Ah! Maybe some shorter videos and then we have this longer one. Oh! Shit.
If homophobia
If we're talking
matters
about
so much
geopolitics.
to you and not liking the gays, that makes you oppose.
I love Dylan Burns, but also I love Hake so much because he's so... He's like got the mind of a child, and I don't mean like autistic. I mean, there's just... Or he might be autistic, I don't know. But there's something like I find incredibly funny about him. And it's also funny because he runs a show where it's one of those shows where when people call in, all they do is just like do it to like bitch about stuff. And it's so funny to see somebody like Dylan go on it because all they're doing is like the libtard shit. Is that what it translates to? I assume it was just a racial slur against that, like Cambodians or some really esoteric or very random group of people. Hold on. What? Why does it always think it's Korean? That does translate to pizza. Read that as Nina. It does kind of look like that a little bit. Wait. Lupus, can you get something that looks like it says my name? Because that... Whatever the first... The one looks like an N. Looks like an N. It's the... Yeah, it's the People's Jewish Space Laser. It's the People's Jewish Space Laser Front. I fucked up my own joke. Hell yeah, dude. Well, it does actually spell Nina. Hell yeah, dude. I like a good old heartburn pepperoni pizza. Honestly, I think I might have gotten a little bit of food poisoning when I had that pineapple pizza, but it was worth it. Speaking of food poisoning, I'll be right back.
FBI, open up!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Get some water, actually. Definitely not doing anything with the code, don't worry. All right, next person that gets banned, might get a little extra surprise. I mean, what?
A country that's trying to democratize and westernize and develop the things that I think that are great about the United States, then I think fundamentally that we just have different values.
There he is. We're gonna make it happen, I think. Dylan Burns, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing, Hake?
Doing well. And Chad, press 1 if you can hear him.
Were they trying to say that this was like a Nazi thing? Even though it's just a dog toy? I feel like it hits different when it's Hake having this, like where maybe it is a Nazi thing.
If you can hear Dylan Burns.
No, you just be incorrect, might be.
Just to make sure that it is indeed going out.
Yeah, I know, so do I. It's just it's a dog toy. I don't even know where I got it from. It was just, I think I just bought it from my dogs. Yeah, Spec. Well, I mean, it was probably just a thing that I bought as a dog toy that could just be any toy. I mean, dogs love fucking with shit. I don't know. It's cute.
Welcome to the show, man. I'm doing well. And Chad, press 1 if you can hear him. If you can hear Dylan Burns, just to make sure that it
Well, you are a Canis lupus, so I guess that makes sense.
is indeed going out. Welcome to the show, man. I'm glad you were able to connect finally.
Happy to be back.
Well, the thing is, it's gonna be call-ins. That's why I think it'll be fun. Because Dylan's really good at handling jeers. So, not too long of a video. I think it'll be fun.
Sorry, in Ukraine we have these rolling blackouts. Power be out half the day, and then it'll come on, and
yeah, they
try to
like
schedule
the
it,
same
and
person.
they have a
It's so
schedule,
funny.
but
They're
sometimes
all
due
insane.
to either overuse or other problems or a new Russian strike, you lose power, and so I couldn't connect. I'm sorry about that.
No worries, man. Hey, it happens. I've stood you up for half an hour on end before too, and I was thinking, oh man, this stuff happens.
Okay, Hake has like, if you don't know who Hake is, he's hopefully at least you know who Jesse Lee Peterson is. He is one of his, I guess I would call him acolytes. They have this thing called Bond, which is like a male Christian support thing, but it's like Jesse Lee Peterson's whole thing is like it's basically like just weird woman hating. And Hake has said famously, it's like a bunch of gays that like are too Christian to like just be gay, so they just get really weird with their ideology. I guess would be the best summary of it. And he's like said that sex should only last like a second, and then like that should be it, because like if you have sex, if you like enjoy having sex with like your wife or whatever, it's sinful because you're like using each other's bodies for like pleasure, and that's like sinful. It's some really fucked up shit that they believe in. I can't. Reese, give me a face. You just walked through. Big on nice dicks. Exactly.
I understand. So you're in Ukraine again.
But he basically has the mindset of a child, which is really. He's a really weird guy. I'm sure you'll see.
Still working on documentary after documentary, or what's going on?
Yeah, well, this morning, to be clear, I just got told by my friend off screen, the closest power generation to us right now got hit. So that's probably the reason why the power is out. I didn't know the specific reason, but that's why he just told me. Okay. But yeah, we're working on documentaries. We have a piece that's going to be releasing probably in the next 72 hours, where we were with Ukrainian forces on a BMP on a fire mission on Russian positions in the Luhansk region. That's a region that only 2% of is still left unoccupied by the Russians. And so we went into the Srebrenicki forest on a fire mission. There's been a lot of fighting over there, and I wanted to see
how... He said, you're still in Ukraine still, what is in there? Yeah, I was commenting on that. You want to take a shot? Take some. Well, I think you just die, right? We need all those wedding gifts, so your ass better stay alive that long.
how the BMPs work, because BMPs get not a lot of coverage. They're these very thinly armored vehicles with
I don't feel like I am, but it's always hard to tell.
With a cannon on top that's just meant to transport troops in a mechanized assault. But they've been turned into like the armored spine of both armies, where they're going on indirect fire missions, they're transporting troops, and there's tons of them from old Soviet stockpiles. So I wanted to work with, sorry, there's a dog in the background going crazy. I wanted to...
They're going through, that dog's going through the old Soviet stockpiles.
I wanted to document soldiers that don't get documented that often, because it's usually tanks or jets or the flashy weapons that get all the coverage. I also got a documentary coming out on an evacuation worker who got a lot of people out of Mariupol. We went with him to the frontline city of Chasiv Yar as he was trying to convince the people who are staying behind to leave as the Russian army got closer. And I got a documentary on drone warfare coming out in the near future as well, as I went with drone teams all across the country, FPV teams otherwise on the Volchansk axis to film. And I've got a medical documentary coming out about people doing surgery on injured soldiers and, you know, the impact on the psychological health and whatnot. So I'm working on a lot of projects right now, but yeah.
I think it sucks that Dylan Burns' work doesn't get more notice, but I think it's going to go down in history as incredibly important if it doesn't get lost in, I don't know, misinformation, which I really hope it doesn't. I think he's done his due diligence with that. So I do think that it will be appreciated later much more than it is now. Like, if we're gonna do a video, like a documentary about the, like, he's got amazing footage, amazing on the ground content. Like, I mean, obviously he makes his own documentaries, but if you want to, like, a larger network does, like, you can't get better than, like, a lot of stuff that he's done. I hope. I mean, he has done. David Pakman interviewed him, and you know he's got enough media training that he's good. So I really Also, he's still pretty young. He's like only like 24, 25. That's why we're big supporters. We support the youth, especially somebody like Dylan Byrne doing such important stuff. I want to buy him a tank. So sub to his channel.
I'm filming a lot.
Right on, man. That's cool. I respect it a lot. I'm just curious what your shirt says, if it's something pertinent.
Oh no,
if it's something impertinent.
it's I honestly forget what this says. It's I buy shirts off the rack just to have shirts. A lot of times
Nice.
I'll go out for 2 days, I'll pack 3 days clothing, and then it'll end up being 5 days because we just get so much because we go to one place, we film, and they're like, hey, we got this other thing going on. Do you want to come with us for that? I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a great opportunity. And so a lot of clothes we just buy off the rack. So I just bought this off the rack.
Oh, right
It
on.
means nothing.
Fair enough. Well, pro tip, cotton is re-wearable, and wool is also re-wearable. It doesn't stink as much as polyester.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In my experience, I can wear most of my clothing more than once.
Yeah, for sure. That's cool.
He's such like a. This guy is a piece of shit, but it's like there's something just like so oddly nice. He's just so. He's oddly likable in like in a way, or not necessarily even likable. It's just like I feel like you can't hate him because he just seems so. He's not harmless, but he comes off that way, and it's really frustrating. Like, he's not somebody who would, like, curse you out or something, you know what I mean? Like, he just seems like he's like an old grandma. He's like an old racist grandma who, like, they're a horrible person or whatever, but, like, you just, like, you can't really be, like, like, it's hard to be, like, mad at them when you're just, like, seeing them talk.
You know what? You are, when I think of patriotism, and young patriotic
I guess
people.
you kind of just feel like more bad for them than you actually feel like, I don't know, anger.
Although you are a liberal, and I've called you like a communist, useful idiot, and all this stuff, because you are I think you're pretty liberal, right? You're liberal.
Yeah, I'm a pretty liberal guy.
I think of you as patriot.
I love how they have the same. What did Hassan call him? But I know Tyrannax would know. Like a what was it? Fuck. There's some sort of like a weaponized liberal or some shit. It was something weird like that. It'll come to me. Oh, something neoliberal? Okay, whatever.
Patriotic, like,
Sorry.
I mean, it's useful idiot and all this stuff, because you are I think you're pretty liberal, right? You're liberal.
Yeah, I'm a pretty liberal guy.
I think of you as patriotic, like, I don't know. I've known some patriotic liberals. Like, I think Seth Rich was probably patriotic. I saw him in like American flag gear. Maybe it was just garish. He was being silly, but we've heard of Seth Rich.
It was it was a 4th of July celebration. I think I know the picture you're talking about. Also, happy belated 4th of July.
Yeah, happy 4th of July. I'm kind of glad that I had you on because your username on Twitter, your main username on your main X account is Dylan Byrne 1776.
Yes, I chose it. I don't know when I was.
Well, I assume we're all patriotic Americans, even if you're not an American. Lupus, are you a patriotic clip?
It was like maybe 17 or 18, but I liked it. I was like, what's some numbers I'll always remember? Because I
Hey,
forget
thank
like
you for the
long
ring,
number codes all the
Frizzy.
time, and so I was like, I just use historical dates for all my stuff, and so 1776 was like, okay, that's an easy one.
Here we go.
And you know, I love America, USA,
Welcome,
whatnot.
welcome.
Yeah.
Link to the Jake. Lupus gave me the code to the space lasers, so you better watch your fucking mouth, okay? We're locked in. The next person who gets banned is getting a little surprise.
So you were away from America for the 4th of July.
I was, but I gotta say, I was wished happy 4th of July multiple times while I was
Nice.
there. They were very,
Welcome,
very
welcome,
nice
chat.
people, and the government had like a few like put out some like happy 4th of July messages, had a few ceremonies and whatnot for the Americans that are here.
Are what was I going to ask you? Are you happy with how the war in Ukraine is going? You know a lot about foreign policy. You've said before that you were really into it and you've read a lot about it.
Mhm.
I disagree
Oh my god, I didn't really. He's just grandma coded.
with you on a lot of the like the tactics, but are you happy with how it's going?
I told you we got the lasers here.
Is there any cause for hope in Ukraine?
When you say like, it's kind of hard for me to be happy
Jewish
when you're
people
reading
are-
reports about like all the death and destruction.
Right.
Well, it'll be the laser will be to warm up your pizza. We'll have it delivered to you cold, and then like we'll have the laser, the Jewish space laser from space. Obviously in the name, it warms it up.
There's also not any end in sight to the war in the near future. Even if Trump gets
That's what I
elected,
was saying.
I think that his like plan to end it before he gets into office is very ambitious. I just don't think it's achievable from like the reality I see on the ground. But he's not the only one proposing these plans. There's a lot of liberals and leftists that are proposing plans that I think are, and I'm being just as blunt as possible because I want to be honest with you. I think it's somewhat naive about like both parties and the interests that they have. For example, the Russians, a week before that peace conference the Ukrainians held in Switzerland, which was mostly them getting a framework so they can push in the future, like, hey guys, this is our peace plan. Our peace plan is good. And their peace plan respects Ukrainian sovereignty, like energy independence, a bunch of stuff that they want to see at the end of the war. A week before that happened, a week before that rally and get together, Putin released like new demands that included taking the cities of Zaporizhia and Kherson back. Now these are territories that Russia announced that they annexed, but they then lost the city of Kherson. They were pushed back over the river. The only regional capital that they captured, they then lost. They had to flee over to the southern parts of Kherson, and they never even took the city of Zaporizhia, and that's a very big city. And they're saying that in order for them to consider any ceasefire, so to consider a ceasefire, Ukraine would have to hand over all that land, which would be roughly.
That's, yeah. When people like talk about like, oh, I don't know why America's not pressuring Ukraine, like because it's like, okay, like what they're asking for is insane. Like, it's like, I don't know, we get in a war with like Canada, and then like to do a ceasefire, Canada asks us to give up all of, I don't know, like Maine or something. Like, fuck off. Which they never took, you know? Like they never were even able to take it.
The size of Taiwan, if you want to calculate all that land. So quite a sizable piece of land on top of what the Russians already currently occupy, like the city of Mariupol, city of Donetsk, most of the Luhansk region, Crimea, of course. And so that demand to the Ukrainians is a non-starter. And even to Donald Trump at the debates, he even said it was ridiculous. He said, I saw
Israel needs to come together with the United States and stop being shitty and use all of those weapons to attack Russia. That'd be a really good idea.
their demands, and of course they're not acceptable. And so it seems to be kind of almost a universal recognition on, at least when it comes to the political class of the United States and to the vast majority of Ukrainians,
We'll
that that's
combine
not
our lasers
acceptable.
together.
And the Ukrainians want the Russians out of the country, which obviously to the Russians, which would be a massive failure for Vladimir Putin, for both his political survival and the Russian nationalist class who believes that Ukraine belongs to them. They believe that the Ukrainians, that identity is anti-Russian in and of itself.
Did it blow your head off? Is that what made you headless chicken?
Itself and has to be destroyed. They're of course not going to accept it. And so when I hear people talking about peace in the next 6 months to a year, I think it's naive and very unlikely.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't want that, I just think it's unlikely. As for the idea of like, how is the battlefield conditions going? So I'm not hopeful about the war ending anytime soon. That's the first thing I'm not hopeful about. As for how the war's going on a tactical, strategic, like who's winning, quote unquote level, if we wanted to make it simple, I see people throwing out like very broad conclusions. I remember I saw Dave Smith recently say Ukraine is losing on breaking points. I saw some very pro-Ukraine voices recently said Ukraine's winning and the victory is guaranteed. If you look at the statistics, you can see that over time, et cetera, et cetera. I think anybody telling you either of these things right now are lying to you. They're concluding things that they cannot conclude. They're concluding if you're pro-Ukraine and you're saying that Ukraine's going to win right now, what you're saying is that the Western support is guaranteed, that it's going to keep coming. And so in the 2 to 3 years in the future that it's going to take for the Russians, or however long that's going to, probably in that time frame, is going to be another 2 years.
The cute little blonde girl. No, Breaking Points is the one with like the chin with Sagar and Crystal Ball. I don't know who the cute little blonde girl is, but maybe? I mean, I don't know. Breaking Points is like a network of shows. It's not like one person. So I'm not sure you're referring to.
Years or something along that length. If you were to have me guess, the 2 to 3 years in the future that it's going to take for the Russians, or however long that's going to, probably in that time frame, is going to be another 2 years or something along that length. If you were to have me guess, and let me just say, it's literally a shot in the dark. You're betting on that consistent support. So you're betting on like electoral outcomes. You're betting on political outcomes. You're betting that if Trump wins, that the Russians don't make a deal that's suitable enough for him, so he keeps supporting. There's a bunch of things that you have to assume on that front. You also have to assume that the Ukrainian government does certain things on mobilization, goes through with it properly. Now, in the month of May, the Ukrainian government recruited more people than they did in the last 6 months. So there is an increased pressure from the government to mobilize people. And I know Zelensky recently announced that they had enough people for 14 new brigades. It's just a question of equipment that's already been donated to Ukraine, but still hasn't arrived. And that is a big issue. It just doesn't get a lot of attention. Is that it's like, oh, but we gave Ukraine all these equipment. The F-16 still are not in the air yet in Ukraine. And people have been talking about the F-16s forever, just to show like how much time this things takes, especially when there was a 6-month delay. And so if you have these things as guaranteed outcomes, then I would say that Ukraine is in a tremendous position to whittle down the Russians as they keep slamming into their lines and have a fantastic position at the negotiating table, or to just maybe even break the Russians to a point where the Russians have to negotiate in terrible conditions, right? But on the other side of that equation, the Russians, if you're like Slava Russia, like we need to take everything, they're the Christian leaders of the New Rome, or whatever it is that makes people think that. You have to first believe that the Russians are telling the truth about their production numbers. And let's assume that they're telling the truth about the production numbers. Let's just say it's the best case scenario for the Russians. They still are not producing enough tanks to replace the tanks that they're losing at the front. They are not producing enough armored vehicles. If you believe the Russians are telling the truth completely, they're just not producing enough to last, mind you, 2-3 years down the line at the current rates of loss. And that's where people are talking. Look
at their North Korean tanks, though.
About when I hear people being more serious about the war's end, people are saying like 2 years down the line. So another 2, so about the same length that the war has been going on currently.
That's a friendo.
Is like, but again, we're shooting on the dark on like stuff we just cannot know. That's the first problem that the Russians face. The other problem that the Russians face is they're losing an astronomically large amount of men. The Ukrainians are losing a lot of people. It's the largest war in Europe since World War II. But the Russians are losing the upwards of like 20,000 men a month, 20 to 25,000 men a month. If you're talking about Western estimates,
Jesus.
which is about as much as they are recruiting a month, 20 to 25,000 men a month. Now, if you're losing that much men,
And we wondered why all the Russians left. Oh, God.
eventually, this is my belief. People can disagree with it, but this is my belief. And
I mean, like, left their own country, I mean.
I'm separating my opinion from the fact here.
Okay.
Eventually, if those many people keep dying month after month after month after month, people are going to stop coming to that job. If it's just an endless just grabbing of these people and throwing them into the front lines, as I have seen.
I mean, that's the Russian way. That's always been the Russian way. Like, to be a fucking meat grinder. Like, that's literally one of the reasons they were so effective in World War II, was because they just had the people. They had the people and they just meat ground them. And I guess they never got out of that way of doing it. Russians love nothing more than sacrifice, like throwing people at stuff. There's like I don't know if you guys ever watched the Futurama movie, but like Zap Brannigan, maybe it was actually a reference to this, to this, but like his like initial plan for like the big fight was like, oh, we're just gonna send after wave until we clogged up all the debris clogs up their cannons, and then we're gonna take that, and then that'll be how we win this. I mean, they're like, I don't know enough about StarCraft. I was gonna say Zerg Rush because I thought that was like the whole thing, but I don't even know enough about that to make a good metaphor. So forget that. Anyways, but yeah, no, they love just meat grinding.
Myself, which is horrific to watch, then if it's just an endless just grabbing of these people and throwing them into the front lines, as I have seen myself, which is horrific to watch, then there will be amount of people that'll just stop coming because the money only matters if you're alive. If I said, I'll give you $1 million, but you'll die tomorrow, you're not taking the money, Hank, because because you're worth more than $1 million.
I love how it sounds like he's calling him Hank.
Of course, Hank. But the point is
Terrible,
that
man.
You have to assume that they'll be able to keep these steady numbers, but not only that they'll be able to increase recruitment numbers. And the only time Putin dropped in support for this entire war was when he tried to mobilize the public the first time. And a second wave of mobilization will almost certainly come with backlash because most of the Russian public, even if they support the war, they're apathetically supporting the war. Like, you beat those Afghans, but I'm not going. I'm not going over there. What do you mean? I'm not gonna. I don't want to. And there's a lot of people like that. I know people like that. I even know patriotic Ukrainians who are dodging the draft because I just don't want to shoot. I don't want to be the guy to fight. But yeah, fight the Russians. So there's so many things you have to assume and know for people to say like this side's going to win or this side's going to win in this war. And there's a lot of myths that go around, like the idea that the Russians are indestructible. They almost talk about them as like a mythical country because of World War II. But the Russians have lost wars just within the last 30 years. Not to mention they lost to the Japanese, they've lost to the Western powers before.
No, Lupus. They would just say, "Oh, that's Western reporting." They would just believe Russian propaganda. Tankies are pretty easy to understand when it comes to like stuff like that. That's all they do. They'll like go all in like, "Oh, well, you're not seeing the real. You're just looking at that's a Western source. That's a Western source. That's not what they're saying in Russia. If you look at Russian news sources, that's not what they're saying." It's like, okay.
Depending on what government you're talking about, there's also civil war law. There's losses that the Russians can take, but there's this aura of invincibility that also, I think, affects the Western psyche, affects a lot of, even the Russian psyche, to lead them to take, I think, extremely foolish decisions. Like
they also would say, oh, even if you are right, where I think like if they did like, well, they were combatants anyways, and just all the excuses,
invading Ukraine.
Yeah. You remind me what you're talking about. It reminds me of a caller that I sometimes have who's really into Civil War history, the American Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And he said at any point, either side could have won. It was never decisive. It was never over until it was actually over.
I think
until like we did that thing.
It was never over until we did that thing.
I think there's some.
What? I like how like Hake's kind of got this like really like vague way of talking about stuff where it's just like, you know what we're talking about, and then it's like I don't, but I guess like it works for him where people like just see what they want to see with whatever he's saying.
Some few reasons why people don't look at history this way. I think some people fall into the idea, we've talked about this before, Hake. I actually remember that we had this conversation about people falling into the great man history. Like, oh, this one man grabbed history by the neck and shaped it and changed the course. There's very few instances in history where something like that actually
The
happened.
cognitive dissonance of a tanky is a thing to behold. It's just like such campus shit where it's like, as long if it agrees with me, then, and also like America Bat, like there's no like a consistent through line of their ideology. It's just like a mess of whoever is in charge of your little commie group or whatever, your little tanky commie group. Whatever they decided. It's very open to interpretation, I suppose. It's kind of like Christianity in that way. Like being a tanky is kind of like being a religious zealot, and by kind of I mean is almost exactly the same as being a religious zealot, where all it is there's no like logical through line to the beliefs, so whoever is either more charismatic or talks the loudest or has the power gets to dictate what people believe in. Because a bunch of lemmings. Hold on. I need to pee like crazy today.
Happened. And most of the man grabbed history by the neck and
like,
shaped it.
Look at Spanky Tanky. Yeah, exactly.
And changed the course. There's very few instances in history where something like that actually happened. And most of the time, its powers much more complex, coming together through butterfly effect after butterfly effect, miracle after miracle, to build the civilizations that we have today. It's very rarely this one guy just like came with a lightning bolt and changed everything. I think some of it
had to be ripe. It had to be ripe for that man to come.
Yes.
Sometime. The time.
There's also a lot of ideological nonsense where either someone will fall into like.
Wait, what did I miss the first part of this question?
Most of the time, its powers much more complex, coming together through butterfly effect after butterfly effect, miracle after.
Wait, what did he ask?
Did that thing.
I think
until it was on. It was never decisive. It was never over until it was actually over.
I think
until like we.
Oh, right. Okay.
Did that thing.
I think there's a few reasons why people don't look at history this way. I think some people fall into the idea, we've talked about this before, Hake. I actually remember that we had this conversation about people falling into the great man history. Like, oh, this one man grabbed history by the neck and shaped it and changed the course. There's very few instances in history where something like that actually happened. And most of the time, its powers much more complex, coming together through butterfly effect after butterfly effect, miracle after miracle, to build the civilizations that we.
Life is chaos, and there's a lot of people who can't handle that.
we have today. It's very rarely this one guy just like came with a lightning bolt and changed everything. I think some of it
had
might
to be ripe. It had to be ripe for that man to come.
Yes.
Sometime. The time.
There's also a lot of ideological
See, again, Hake constantly talk about men coming.
nonsense where either someone will fall into like some sort of dogma, be it like some sort of like, be it Marxist dogma, be it like ultra like nationalist dogma, be it any sort of dogma to make them like say that this was bound to, of course our country exists because it was always going to exist because our country is our country, you know? When you talk about like a lot of countries like Russia and they talk about Russia, they talk about it in this way. A lot of countries, the nationalists talk about it in this way.
Hey,
And so
fun fact, if you do the chaos route and you don't want your eyes to glow, just go to the mirror and it'll go back to looking normal. I don't know if they fixed that because I haven't done my chaos run in a while, but yeah.
So a lot of people view history passively, as if you are just a bystander and it's just kind of going by, when really it's this almost ice skating dance, dancing on rope after rope after rope, trying to get achievements that very well at any moment could fail and everything could come.
War is D&D. It's all a series of chances, but sometimes you can just get a fucking spoke in the wheel, you know? You roll that nat 1 and everything goes to shit.
Down like a Jenga cards, you know? I mean, Jenga cards, like a Jenga tower. So this is the dice of history still rolling, and depending on what the United States and Europe does, or what Russia does, and what decisions they and or the North Koreans and or the Chinese make, could very well change the balance of this war and how the negotiating table looks when talks eventually do come. Because all wars do eventually end with some type of conversation, even if it's through unconditional surrender grant, saying, "Give me all your rifles and go home," you know?
And there's not always, one of the things I learned as a sophomore in high school, and it kind of stuck with me, was that in war there's always at least one loser and there's not always a winner. And it seems like they're both like,
I was wondering where he was going to go with that.
Everybody's losing in this war.
A war is always terrible and awful and terrible for the people on the ground. And war is filled with many instances of individual loss that affects families across the whole country, of people. I mean, I've heard more than once people really upset about the fact that they open their phone and like 20 to 30 to 40% of the names in there are just no longer with them because but
the thing was, it was like last year though, so it's fresh in his memory.
A lot of the early volunteers who were extremely patriotic in this country, who were willing who saw what happened in Bucha, saw the mass graves, was like, I have to go defend my family. A lot of those people have been fighting for 3 straight years, and a lot of them died. And it has an immense effect on the country. And it's a big part of the reason when people talk about, and this is my opinion injecting here, and I do want to separate like opinion from fact. When people talk about like adding fuel to the fire, when they talk about Western aid, there's like certain decisions that I think could add fuel to the fire. For example, like the introduction of nuclear weapons. Or the expansion of the use of chemical weapons, because chemical weapons are being used in this country. It's very underdocumented by the press, or undercovered. It has been documented, but I remember interviewing people like over a year and a half ago and being told this way before the Telegraph piece came out, like reporting on this. But
all right, fire out the lasers, boys. I think we got a troll here. I'm gonna roll, but get him warmed up. It says caller on debating pro-Russia caller on far-right talk show. I assume like he usually does like an intro for a few minutes, and then the next 45 or so will probably be that.
When people talk about like adding fuel to the fire, body armor, helmets, armored vehicles that actually work and are not like old BMPs, Rochelle vehicles, Bradleys, these do end up protecting the crews better and end up saving lives. And so when I have conversations with people about this loss, this is the perspective they always want to show me as a
cool. So you also have the code to the lasers?
an American, because they think that we have the supplies. In a lot of ways we do. to have an impact on whether their boys come home or not. If we provide, quality tourniquets or we help them with those armored vehicles. And so I understand people's point, if you add more ammunition, then more shells are fired. But also if people are fighting with terrible, terrible equipment, then they're just going to die in greater numbers because they didn't have the proper things to fight their struggle. So if they're going to fight the struggle anyway, I personally, my opinion, I'd rather them fight it with quality equipment. I know the difference between being in a pickup truck on the front line and being in a Canadian Rochelle armored vehicle on the front line, and it is very different.
You spell that Rochelle? Rochelle? Armored. Well, there's no way I've spelled that right. Rochelle. Yo, can I buy one of these? I assume not. Yeah, new car on the alert. I learn more. Armed personnel carrier. Get a quote? Oh, so we can customize it? Military enterprise, government other, security, law enforcement, chassis. What? Gas or diesel? Layout, number of seats. Why? You only give me one option! 5. Oh, get benches, mine protection seats. Electrical, camera system, heated windshield. Yeah, let's go all of them. Heavy duty winch. HVAC system for rear. Let's go. LED package, just where you get your bisexual lighting. Siren system, technology, smart access control. Wait, the option is just yes or no? Oh, I thought it was gonna let me pick both. Yes, fleet management system, of course. Remote connectivity. Oh shit. Contact details. Oh, let's see some pictures. Yo! Oh, I can't click on this. I mean, it really does look like a fucking ergonomic interior layout. For gamers, bro! It doesn't work. I'm clicking the picture. Feels a little odd to have like leather seats. But I guess I don't really know what else you'd... Oh, shit. 330 horsepower. I was expecting a price there, I don't know why. Oh, there's a video! Let's go. There's no audio in this video for some reason. But I don't really know what it's trying to show me here. Oh, I guess it's trying to show where the weight distribution is. What the fuck? Here we go. Alright, sorry.
But yeah, I mean, you and I have gone over this a couple of times that they are enabling the war to continue, because eventually if we stopped funding it, they they would have to just surrender, I think.
Do you think surrender comes with the end of violence? Like, for example, let's say the conservatives in this country, there's riots that happen in this
I
country.
do live
They're
in
violent,
Texas,
people die.
so
Let's say this is, of course,
roads are built for that shit here. I can't wait to ruin them.
ridiculous. But the conservatives said to stop all the violence, we'll just do whatever the left wants. No riots, no mean lefties doing whatever the left wants. We'll just do whatever. Do you think that would end all the violence if you just empowered your political opponents as much as they wanted
Basically.
endlessly? Or do you think there would come a point where certain people who were bad actors, unpatriotic individuals, would say, well, now that I have amassed all this power and there's no one to oppose me, I will abuse it. And now that peace that you desired, you have neither that nor strength to protect yourself.
Yeah. I understand your point. I don't know what the answer to that is. Because it just depends on the situation. There's different ways to surrender,
Just kill yourself is what he's saying.
I don't know. I definitely think that there's a better way to go about it than this rah Ukraine stuff where it was just completely trendy.
I'm telling you, he's grandma coded. This is the argument like a grandma would give, where like you challenge them, like not like super aggressively, even like you just challenge them with like, facts and logic or whatever. And then they're just like, well, I don't know. Like they just like stop engaging.
You and I have argued about this trendy point before.
Let's also say, like, Ukraine isn't as trendy as it used to be, is it?
I know.
When you talk about the
People are
left,
sick of it.
technically, when you look at the polling,
they're bored. People are bored.
People are bored.
People
I'll
are
admit to
shallow.
people being bored. People are bored.
Right.
People are shallow. I'll admit to that. The majority of Americans still support aid. The majority of Europeans, I think it's like 75% of Europeans, if you poll the continent, support aid. The countries that stood out were Italy, I think Bulgaria, and Hungary were like the ones that really stood out against Ukraine aid. But the rest of Europe.
Oh, because Italy's got what's her name? Berlusconi? Speaking of blonde bitches, Italy's unsurprisingly being a little fascist,
broadly still supports aid to Ukraine, but the topics that dominate the news now are things like Gaza. And that's not to say that it doesn't deserve attention. Of course, their human suffering deserves attention.
I didn't think Germany... I thought Germany was actually a big supporter for aid. God, it feels like... God, remember when it was supposed to be 3 days?
Attention too, but the trendiness I don't think really matters. I think the merit of continued support is what matters. And right now, support is generally still stable in the United States. Support is stable still in Europe, and it's no longer as trendy as it used to be. And I think that a lot of this is because it's a really convincing argument to the majority of the public, which is Ukraine was invaded after we made an agreement with them that they'd give up their nuke.
Again, it's been a longer time than it... I remember initially, like, the right-wingers were, like, super pro-Ukraine, and then, like, after time, like, March of the Green Lake types initially were like, yeah, support Ukraine, because it's... And then after, they're like, oh, now we're all isolationist again. I forgot. It's amazing how they can always be on the wrong side of history, huh?
In exchange for our security, we and the Russians would guarantee the security. The Russians broke that side of the agreement. They invaded in 2014. We said, whatever, we'll just play sanctions. Then the Russians invaded again in 2022. And we said, okay, that's too much. You've gone too far. Now we're going to support Ukraine. And it's a simple, I think, convincing argument to
I
many.
would imagine that it would behoove any country close to, like, especially any needed, like Poland, for example. Like, I imagine they would be in a lot of support. Like, I know Turkey, as much as their political thing is a complete shit show, but like, it would behoove them to not, or to support Ukraine against Russia. Now we gotta summon slippers.
people, especially if you can tie European security with American security, with the Europeans being our main export market, with the Ukrainians getting just subjected to so many like pretty horrific actions early on in the war, affecting the perception many people have of the Russians, which I think showed them to be, at least in the military culture, very barbaric. I think that had an effect in convincing a lot of people. Even if they're bored of it, they can still remember these things when they're asked, "Oh, the Russians' invasion." I remember Bucha. People remember things like that. But Bucha's just one Bucha. There's been 100 Buchas. It's just the one that people remember.
Part of it is like me personally. I'm unconvinced about it at all because I don't know what the truth is. You know.
Grandma coded.
I don't know what the real story of is in Bucha. I haven't watched any of your documentaries.
What is it? Reality? Are we even real? Or what is the Jaden Smith thing? How could we be real if our eyes aren't, or some shit like that? Oh, this is the left-wing retard, and this is the right-wing retard.
I'm sorry, I gotta watch them.
It's okay.
I gotta do my homework. But also, like, to me, like, I have no effect on it anyway. So I don't even pay attention to it. I just keep on
Now who's the retard now, Zyorsk?
saying, oh, there's that trendy Ukraine propaganda. But anyway, I wanted to get to some calls. Some people want to ask you some questions.
I do want to, before I take some calls, I will say about Bucha, I went to the mass grave in Bucha. I talked to many of the people who witnessed the occupation. I've seen the footage. I've seen the photographs. I am 100% positive that the Russians did murder civilians in Bucha. Now, that doesn't mean all of the stories that you've heard are necessarily true. I'm just positive that war crimes did occur in Bucha, that the mass grave is real, and it wasn't like some movie prop set. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't like rumors that get inflated and like get spread around. Like that happens with all wars. I mean, the Russians did do that. I mean, and Bucha's not even the worst example. The worst example was in Izium, which was actually where we uncovered the largest mass grave in Europe since the Yugoslav genocides, with over 440 bodies in one mass grave in a small settlement of about 20,000 people. So I mean, you're talking about just that mass grave containing like what 5% of the city's population. It's absurd. But yeah, I mean, I'm just to say that those types of things certainly are happening. Not that everything you've heard is necessarily true.
Dylan says he's a social democrat, so I would consider that a leftist.
True, but that instance was certainly true.
Well, I won't deny that there are.
He's not a big fan of titles, and I really don't feel like they're particularly effective. He's left-leaning, whatever.
Evil people and evil things happening in the world that people do. Yeah, so I'm not. I wouldn't put it past any side to do anything really. Let's get to some calls. I know you like talking to some callers sometimes.
Sure, why not?
He's kind of good because he's too dumb to wrap any of his arguments. But he's also a master debater because he can just be like, well, that's just too many multi-syllables for me to process, so let's move on. I know, that's why, like, there's something about him that I think is, like, somewhat, like, you know, it's the grandma coded thing. It's just like, they're not gonna, like, be nasty and argue against you and, like yell at you, but, like, they're still amazingly inept, and they're I don't know, like, even understanding what the fuck they're talking about. Like, they don't care. Well, all debates are that, generally speaking.
I love your callers. They're always very polite and kind.
Indeed. Michael in Canada is on the line here. Michael.
Canada?
In Canada, you are live with Dylan Burns.
Do you think he has one of these?
Dylan Burns 1776, Dylan Burns TV, and Hake. What's up?
Hey, my brother from another mother. What's up, homie?
Not much. Can you hear him, Dylan?
I can hear him fine.
Okay.
So, first of all, Dylan, it's not ain't, it's Hake.
What?
Just wanted to say that. And I got a question
Come
for
close to your phone. You're coming in a little rough for my taste.
Sorry, I'm coming in. Yes, what's the name of the guest?
Oh my god, I love his callers. They're always like as equal. Like it feels like everyone's just high. Like he's high, he's not really paying attention. And then they're talking about politics. Like and they're like, it seems like all of his callers are higher, not really paying attention. They don't even know the name of the caller. They're just calling in. It's amazing.
That's even worse, man. Dylan, it's Dylan Burns, Michael in Canada. Come off of speaker. Hold on, man.
What's the name of your...
Okay, I appreciate Hake's audio autism. That is something I do appreciate. I gotta give props where props are due. I do like somebody who's like, your audio sounds like shit, fix it.
I guess.
Yeah, that sounded better.
Yeah,
Dylan
yeah.
Burns. Yeah.
First of all, Dylan, I truly think you doing God's work by going there and report about it.
Thank you.
And I got a question for you, very simple. Just want to know how it's going in Ukraine right now. How's the economy and all these things? How the people are going?
Well, the biggest issues that Ukrainians, I would say the big changes that a lot of people don't know about, I'll stick to that. The blackouts are a big issue that Ukrainians are facing. The Russians blew up some electrical infrastructure, targeted the generation and some of the transition points for them to be able to trade electricity with the rest of Europe. And so that means that the country is going through a rolling, like sometimes like 12 hours a day blackout period. And this is of a certain concern for sure, because we're about to go into the winter period. And in the winter period, it is projected that we're going to still have a lot of blackouts, which is also going to affect things like heat and other issues. And people have tried, had to deal with this somewhat before. And so I'm sure that they have some...
It just doesn't seem like he was paying attention, but I guess like if you just come in like 30 minutes in, whatever.
Material like generators that they're going to deal with, but that's something that the Ukrainians are certainly worried about right now. Another thing about the finances of the country, the Ukrainians have a lot of economic pressure on them, with them having to do repairs to electrical infrastructure or anything that's blown up, obviously, with them no longer being able to completely get their ships through the Black Sea unattacked or without mines trying to blow up their ships. But I will say a big victory that was undercovered in the press is that they were able to destroy the Russian blockade of the Black Sea.
Well, sure,
once the Ukrainians and the Turks and the Russians negotiated a grain deal, after a few months, it broke down and the Russians said, we're no longer going to allow the Ukrainians to transport their goods to the Black Sea. So the Ukrainians strapped a bunch of bombs to tiny little ships with little motors in them, and then just drove them into the ships, and did it enough times that they sunk a ton of their navy. They sunk the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. I think at this point they've sunk 30 to 40% of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, while the Ukrainians don't have a navy. It might be getting close to 50%.
40%, you said?
Yes, about roughly 40% was the last I remember. It might be up towards 50 now, because they're actually...
Yeah, I remember they fucking... They like sunk their flagship, what, like 3 days into the war by just, doing kind of guerrilla warfare? Like, I feel like this is equivalent to, like, not in every single facet, of course, but, like, we're talking about, like, when we were fighting against the British were, like, a bigger superpower, but they were completely incompetent when it came to them fighting America. And they thought that they would just, like, crush the colonies or whatever, like, quickly, so they were... they didn't take the colonies as a threat, not realizing that, like, their guerrilla war, they know their land better, like the same thing that happened in the United States, or in, not at the time, but, like, in the colonies with, like, Britain is, like, the very similar to what's happening in Ukraine, where it's a power that used to rule that land, trying to, take it back, and then, like, completely underestimating the people there and what they in their own power. And I specifically also bring that up, of course, because July 4th. We gotta support our brothers, you know? our brothers fighting for their own country.
The Black Sea Fleet had to pull back into the Azov Sea because they were getting hit so hard, and now the Ukrainians might have found a way in there as well, but we don't know for sure. Point is that the Ukrainian military spent a lot of time investing into USVs, unmanned surface vessels, like these little boat drones that they just keep ramming into the ships, and they're strapped up with tons of explosives. And on top of that, they've been using anti-ship missiles, the few that they can get from the West and whatever they have from their stockpiles. And there's also a problem with them not being able to dock in Crimea anymore, because if they dock in Crimea, the Ukrainians can hit them with American provided Western weapons. And so Crimea has been getting hit very, very, very hard as well. But the point is, the Ukrainians are now trading about as much as they were pre-war outside the Odessan port, meaning they've almost completely broken the Russian blockade with no navy, which I think is an amazing accomplishment.
If I'm not wrong, the Crimea War is since like 2014.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. But how are the men in Ukraine? Do you talk to soldiers, to men? How do you feel about it?
How do I feel about the men, or how do they feel?
No, how does the men feel about the war in Ukraine? The Ukrainian men.
They're tired. You know, after 2.5 years of war, anyone's going to get tired, especially the people who have been fighting not only since 2022, but I know people who have been in service now for 9-10 years, fighting this war off and on. I mean, so that's like that's like 10 to 20% of your life, or depending on how long you live, spent on the front line if you survive the war.
I just realized I think this chat was not supposed to be here. Which is probably why they put the QR code there, but whatever.
War. So obviously a lot of people are tired, but their general opinion and consensus still is that they don't really have any other choice. They don't have anywhere to retreat to. This is their home. And for a lot of the people that are fighting, they are people who have their homes occupied. In Donetsk, I know somebody, my fixer, Bogdan, his home has been occupied for a very long time, and he still very much wants to see it liberated. I know other people in service, people from Luhansk, which 98% of Luhansk is occupied, who want to see their home liberated, want to go back to their home. And so the general consensus is they still want to resist, but of course, they're extremely tired. But a lot of men that I know that are dodging the draft.
Fixer. Oh, did he just use the word fix? No. I thought, initially I thought you were saying that like there's something that I needed to fix. Yeah, no, when he says fixer, he just, obviously he isn't Ukrainian himself, but he has people who knows people to talk to, you know, he is going into military zones and stuff like that, so he has like a contact, which he calls his fixer.
Draft. The people who are not in service, some of them just don't like, there's always going to be wars. During World War II, there were draft dodgers. During this war, there's draft dodgers. Every war, there's draft dodgers. But a lot of them, when I talk to them, it's, I don't want to be chewed up. We don't have enough of the good equipment. We don't have enough of the stuff we need from overseas. And so if I go into service, I don't want to get chewed up, which is another reason why the Ukrainian government and even the draft dodgers that I talk to said, like, yeah, I want Western aid, because if I do get drafted, I want to be in a good vehicle. I don't want to be in, you know, like a sedan charging at Russian lines or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael in Canada. It's good to hear from you, man. Nice questions.
I just wanted to say that the war is hell, and I wish everything could end right now, because when I see videos on X of soldiers getting killed by drones and all these things, it truly break my heart, because they got families and these people are gone.
Yeah.
It's truly tragic, and I wish it could all end today.
Nice, man.
God bless you, and have a nice day, guys.
Thank you, Michael.
God bless you.
Take care. In
Bye.
Canada. Mark in Los Angeles is on the line. Mark, thank you for holding. You're live with Dylan Burns.
Yes, sir. Thanks for taking my call, Hake.
Hey.
Yeah,
Ooh, you hear this voice. All right. Where are we guessing this is going to go? They sound old, and I'm expecting a toxic one, but Think this is a coin flip. This is a coin flip, I think. An old man that goes to Hake's show talking about Ukraine. My guess is he's gonna kind of incoherently babble about like his life experience and then like not really even ask a question. That's my guess. Okay, we got one vote for straight up fascism. My guess is he's gonna be an incoherent babbler. We got some toxic vote. Let's see. What if he's just like super nice?
Before I ask my question, I just want to let him know I don't support the Ukraine. I support Russia. And
well, fascism in this situation, you were correct. He is a fascist. Well done with the votes. Ding ding ding. I love just him being so blatant about it. All right, let's see how this goes.
And my question is, does Dylan think if Trump is reelected, he'll solve the war in the Ukraine?
No.
At all? He won't do a better job than Biden at this?
No. I don't think the problem for me is I think the Western leaders have generally failed at this war again and again and again at trying to deal with it. A lot of it is kind of like sitting on the fence, meaning they've had very indecisive policies. For example, Obama wanted to send Ukraine aid after Russia invaded in 2014, but they didn't want to send them lethal aid. And so what they ended up doing is they sent them radars so they could see the Russians bombing them on the screen, but then not shoot back at them. Which is not, I mean, I guess that does help, but it's not what the Ukrainians needed necessary to defend themselves or to make the Russians think that they could defend themselves, which should be the first.
I mean, he's a caller asking a question. He doesn't necessarily have to have an argument, but I would be interested if he asked him back.
Use of any weapon is deterrence before
Russia?
any. That's why people talk about peace through strength. Is because if you're strong, nobody wants to mess with you.
I don't get it. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's like a 50-50 with old people, because you would think that old people who, like, grew up during, like, the Red Scare shit would fucking hate Russia. But, like, I don't understand how being anti-Ukraine, like, became, like, a right-wing talking point. Like, it seems like that would be, like, for boomers, it seems like that would be the opposite. Yeah, maybe it's just the love of the fascism? I don't know, man.
The Second Amendment.
Absolutely, it's part of the reasons why the
Or maybe
Ukrainians.
it's like a Trumper thing, because Trump says he like loves he specifically talked about Trump there too, and like Trump loves or talks about how much he loves Putin. So my guess is it's coming from that.
Want to join NATO? It's why they want a strong military, and it's why the government has been critiqued endlessly, Zelensky included, when we're talking about the Ukrainian government, for not building up their armed forces enough. But I think Western leaders didn't deal with it quite well. I don't think Obama did. I don't think Biden did up until 2022. And even then, there's still failures that I've talked about before, and I don't think Trump did. None of them, I think, made a genuine, strong effort to try to end the war or to respect previous agreements that the United States has made with Ukraine and Russia, or tried to bring Russia within the lines of the agreements we made, like the Budapest Memorandum.
Why do you support Russia, Mark, in Los Angeles?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, Putin does not allow for homosexuality and the LGBT sickness in his country.
Unless it's in the army.
And number two, he's for getting rid of illegal immigrants in Russia, which is something we won't do here. But you have to remember, in regards to Trump, when he was president, Putin never invaded the Ukraine. So when you say you don't think Trump will stop the war, I would beg to differ. I think that if Trump got along with Putin,
I think he's just a MAGA guy. Like, I think that like he's not like ideologically like pro-Russia. Like, I think he's just a MAGA guy.
He would convince him to stop the war in the Ukraine. I don't like Zelensky. I think he's a leftist, a phony. I think he's just out for the money.
Ooh, is he gonna get anti-Semitic? Oh, is he doing it?
And all the money that we gave to the Ukraine could have rebuilt this country. We could have built a wall at our border instead of your
He's just a Trump
country's
guy.
border, we could have.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying the Ukraine is because that's the whole. I think we all know, but in case you don't, that's fine. When it was I don't know if the right word is territory within Russia or the Soviet Union, it was referred to as the Ukraine. So it's just like the way that like Russian like pro Russian people referred to it because it's like making it seem like it should be part of Russia.
Would have made America great again if we hadn't spent all that money on the Ukraine.
Interesting, man.
Well, let me just say, under that logic, technically, if Russia was to invade the United States, that would be a good thing. Because in the United States, homosexuality is allowed. In the United States, we're certainly not as conservative as the Russian government. And, I mean, that would come with all the consequences. Freedom of expression, that's dead. The First Amendment would be a stupid idea. And the
that fucking retard wouldn't be able to talk on a call-in radio station if he was in Russia, bro.
That you're respecting. The Second Amendment, fucking terrible idea. You think the peasants deserve to have rifles against Mother Russia? You think that all of them have a constitutionally mandated right, including the opposition of the government? Terrible. That's a terrible idea. You think you actually deserve a vote? Hey, in the United States, we had a presidential debate between two extremely old men. One who lied every minute and 20 seconds, the other who fumbled on his words every second of every minute. But hey, at least we had a presidential debate. You want to know why there was no presidential debate in Russia? Because the opposition was shot, thrown off a window, or from the roofs. So if homophobia matters so much to you and not liking the gays, that makes you oppose a country that's trying to democratize and westernize and develop the things that I think that are great about the United States, then I think fundamentally that we just have different values. I stand on Americanism, and you can stand on Putinism. That's fine. But we just have totally different values on that front. As for Donald Trump ending the war,
no, he's in Ukraine. Butt wipe, you fuck. That's what every house in Ukraine looks like grandma's house.
Well, let me just say quickly on that. The war went on during the Trump presidency. He didn't really pursue ending it whatsoever. He didn't change the status quo whatsoever. It just kept the same silent, ongoing bloodshed. And so if he wasn't able to find a deal during those 4 years, I don't know how he was going to find a deal in a much worse situation with the war ongoing as it is. Even if I conceded...
There was no war under Trump.
There was a war under Trump. There was still a war. Yes, he did. He did. They bombed New York and Ukraine multiple times during the Trump presidency. That happened. It's well documented. Did you know that the Russians would bomb New York every 9/11? As a joke?
No, they haven't.
No, they did. They did. New York, Ukraine. They would bomb them in the Donbass region as a joke on 9/11. Yeah.
That's kind of funny, honestly. Shout out to New York.
Audience. Yeah, anybody in the audience can check. Putin did not invade the Ukraine till Biden was president.
They literally did in 2014, which he himself said earlier.
Was still in invade. This doesn't.
But he did it in during Obama.
Yeah, he invaded during Obama, but during 4 years there was still bombings, there were still deaths, there was still explosions. The war was largely frozen, but the war and occupation continued. I mean, like nobody's going to give.
Yeah, under Biden,
do you think
it continues
under
Biden?
It
froze under Trump.
Let me jump in and ask. All of the Russia election interference subversion propaganda, did that sabotage Trump's relationship with Putin, where he had to play tougher than he might have? He had to play, he wasn't able to have a good relationship with Putin?
I don't think the problem is having a good relationship with Putin. I think that's why Obama failed as well. I think Trump had the same failure of the Obama administration, the same failure of the early Biden administration, is they were treating the Russians as if they were childlike, as if they didn't know what was really good for them, and we were just going to eventually like guide them towards Westernism and democracy.
He just does that. He's just like that.
And that, we all have the same interest.
You're wondering why he's doing that thing. He gets hyped up. He's an ADHD boy.
At the end of the day, and this isn't really about them believing that Ukraine doesn't exist or that they have a right to Ukraine. This is just the shivers of somebody developing post-Soviet, and none of it was true. None of it was true. They invaded Chechnya and we didn't do anything twice. They invaded Georgia and we did nothing during the early Obama administration. They invaded Ukraine in 2014 and the worst we did was sanctions. And then after the next 8 years, when the Russians moved their army into Ukraine multiple times illegally, which has been documented by open source intel, we continued to say, oh, woe is me. We don't even want to send the Ukrainians a single bullet, because that'd be too offensive, even though we all signed the same document saying after Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons for the good of the world, for the good of us, and gave them to the Russians, their borders would be protected. We did nothing until 2022 to really deliver on that promise. And Trump also didn't deliver on that promise.
Trump what?
Trump also didn't deliver on that promise the United States made, and he's a representative of the United States and the commitments it made before him.
Well, then why? Let me ask you a simple question. Why does Zelensky and company want Biden to stay in power?
Oh my God, all the same talking points.
Because they know Trump is going to end this extortion racket.
What do you mean extortion racket?
It's known for money laundering. That's their big deal.
What do you mean they're known for money laundering? Okay, that's another thing. Let's talk about the money thing you said. It is not true that you could take all the money we gave to Ukraine and use it to build a wall on our southern border and fix all the problems in the United States. Most of what we've given to Ukraine is not money. It is either A, contracts to defense companies in the United States that hires Americans, or B, old Vietnam-era war equipment. The majority of American vehicles I've seen in this country are M113 troop carriers, and I've seen dozens and dozens and dozens of these.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of shit that we weren't going to use anyways.
Things. These things are worth maybe like a few $100,000, maybe $1 million a pop, and are very old, and we wouldn't use for our own soldiers because we would think it was not protected enough. And
you did, but Wipey wants that wall.
I just don't believe that if we melted all these things down, that we would get enough scrap metal to fix all of America's problems. They would have sat in our storage facilities forever, and then we would have paid to destroy them. And then our taxpayer dollars would have not seen them shipped overseas.
Yeah, build that wall out of bullets.
To defend an ally we made commitments to, it would instead be paid to destroy
to stop the cartels from coming in. We'll build a wall made out of bullets.
Valuable equipment that's needed on the front line of a major war, the largest one in Europe since World War II.
I can tell you this. There was, I believe, and Hake, you might be able to know, how many, was it $100 billion that we've given to the corrupt Ukrainian government since this clown Biden has been president? Okay, it says $100 billion. It doesn't say $100 billion worth of equipment.
That's what it is.
What are we giving them? Briefcases worth, like, just filled with? Is this what this? Does this man think we're just giving them briefcases filled with money? Like, this is why I wanted to watch this, because like the callers that call into this show are like so politically, or like not even like having to talk about politics here. And it's just like they're so passionate about stuff they have like no idea about. And I'm not saying you have to be an expert like to talk about something, because of course that's not how that works. But like they're like so confident in like their ignorance, I guess. Jesus.
That's what it is. That is what it is, though.
That is true. I have sent my last 45 paychecks to Zelensky personally. He keeps returning them back and tells me to stop sending them, but I keep doing it.
You just read the headline. You just read the headline. You just read the headline. Well, there's a bunch of reasons. I think for one, when the United States
I actually do have he actually has a restraining order against me because I keep sending him my paychecks.
States makes the commitment, we should stand by our word and we shouldn't act like snakes or weasels or backstabbers. And that if we were to abandon the Ukrainians at this point, we would look like, to the entire world, whether you like it or not, like snakes and weasels who backstabbers, who sold the Ukrainians a false bill of goods to give up their nuclear weapons and then let them get destroyed by the largest country in the world who signed the agreement with us, and we told them that they would respect it after we made them give those weapons to the Russians, which the Russians are using to bomb them right now. So I think that's one reason, our international reputation. Okay. But wait, I have other reasons, but we can stay there. You don't buy that? You don't think we'd look like weasels?
No, not necessarily. There's ways to deal with it. Go ahead, Mark.
I could care less what the rest of the world thinks of us. Their people are dying to get here. So I don't care what they say about us.
Swedes are not dying to get here. Finns are not dying to get here.
Money to the Ukraine to beat Russia, so be it. And if Trump gets in, he's going to stop this thing. Putin respects Trump. He respects Trump.
I don't think he respects.
Oh, the amazing. Speaking of brain damage, I'm gonna go pee and get another beer, but I don't want to miss a single second of this, so I'm gonna pause. Be right back. I don't know what's going on, but the dogs are being really good today. Because they saw Dylan Burns' beautiful hair or something, I don't know.
Respects Trump. I don't think he respects Trump.
Is using
Really, man.
Biden borrowed, so be it. And if Trump gets in, he's going to stop this thing. Putin respects Trump. He respects Trump.
I don't think he respects Trump. I don't think he respects Trump. Really,
anybody.
Biden borrowed millions from the Ukraine. Him and his son. And now he's in debt. Now
he's not in debt to Ukraine. This is, I have no clue where you're getting this from.
But answer this: Ukraine is known to be quite corrupt. It's almost as corrupt as Russia, or maybe more.
Not more.
Right?
It's not more. I mean, it depends. The corruption. If you check corruption indexes, it's been improving year over year. And part of the reason I think it should join the EU. But this is the problem, by the way.
Corruption. I have no idea. Oh, wait, is that good? Wait. Do you want to be higher? I imagine you want to be higher than lower, because I imagine Somalia probably doesn't have the least corruption. Denmark, shout out, least corrupt, I guess. And then Finland, gone down. Norway, okay, second Finland, New Zealand, shout out. It's my Kiwis, least corrupt country. We're tied for right too, mate. Norway, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands. Singapore is oddly surprising. Maybe they just hide it better. Luxembourg, because there's like 3 people there. Hong Kong, Australia's going up. Canada, Estonia, Iceland, the Seychelles. Bhutan, Taiwan, Chile. Where is... Alright, rank 116. But it's going up! He's not wrong. Far from the bottom. Iran's 147. I have no idea what this is based off of, and I'm not gonna do any work to actually look it up. I'm just doing a quick once over here. America's not doing great right now. I feel like I haven't even seen it. Bro, we're losing to the UK? How? We gotta stop this corruption here. Type Russia. Ooh, it's significantly more corrupt than, oh, and it's getting worse. So Ukraine, lowest is Somalia. The most unsurprising thing I think anyone's ever heard of. Yeah, but Russia, look at Russia's down here at 137, and oh, up, and here's Ukraine, up at 116. Classic Russian L. You can't be pro-Russia and then, like, call Ukraine corrupt. They are both. Let's be real here. America is too. But Russia's significantly worse.
If we're talking about Ukraine so corrupt, so we're
looking at the wrong way, Zagorsk.
And we're also saying Russia's corrupt here. I just want to say to our friend, to be clear, you support corrupt, anti-democratic, free speech hating, Second Amendment hating Russia. Okay, just to be clear, that's what we're doing. Okay.
Well,
so
no, you're talking about the Ukraine, you mean. You meant to say Ukraine. Go ahead.
that made no fucking sense whatsoever.
Wait, what?
And part of the reason I think it should join the EU. But this is the problem, by the way. If we're talking about Ukraine so corrupt, so we're and we're also saying Russia's corrupt here. I just want to say to our friend, to be clear, you support corrupt, anti-democratic, free speech hating, Second Amendment hating Russia. Okay, just to be clear, that's what we're doing. Okay.
Well, no, you're talking about the Ukraine, you mean. You meant to say Ukraine. Go ahead.
that made no
what?
Fucking sense whatsoever.
Don't cuss on.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I made no sense to me.
He's a zoomer.
That made zero sense to me whatsoever.
He wants the Ukraine to be liberal, and with the LGBT nonsense
is that
and
why
everything else of our bad side, he wants the worst of America.
I'm anti-mass grave. That's my first position. I'm anti-mass.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mark. I got to
wait, can we, for the corruption thing, Russia is more corrupt than Ukraine on any corruption index that you measure it on. And part of the reason I want Ukraine to integrate with the EU is because the EU has pretty stringent corruption standards. So do a lot of the organizations that Ukraine wants to join and integrate itself with the West. In fact, NATO just said that they want Ukraine to improve on its corruption issues if they want them to join the organization. And Ukraine has been making, not fast as it should be, moves in the direction to try to deal with this issue, whether it be the purges of the recruitment heads when that scandal came out about people being paid off. But there's still scandals like the hostile military administration. But the idea that the tanks or the weapons that we're sending over there are getting like...
By that, I mean... Buttwipe should be thanking you, of course, but thank you for the gifty, of course.
Sold off. I know Vivek Swami said something like that. I know a lot of other people have said stuff like that.
Talking over him there a bit.
The West. In fact, NATO just said that they want Ukraine to improve on its corruption issues if they want them to join the organization. And Ukraine has been making, not fast as it should be, moves in the direction to try to deal with this issue, whether it be the purges of the recruitment heads when that scandal came out about people being paid off. But there's still scandals like the hostile military administration.
Are you trying... Am I missing something here? Or are you trying to compare a civil... Wait, what are we talking about here? A civil war to what's happening in Ukraine? I don't know.
But the idea that the tanks or the weapons that we're sending over there are getting like sold off. I know Vivek Swami said something like that. I know a lot of other people have said stuff like that. There has been no documented evidence of that happening. And again, if the issue...
It's not a civil... We're not talking about a civil war. We're talking about another country trying to... or invading another and trying to, I guess, annex them.
Is you don't want to see money sent over. The main thing they're asking from the United States is weapons. It's the Europeans that are providing the vast majority of the financing.
Painful.
That is true.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Mark, man. I got to end.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have some super chats to read in addressing.
Can I ask you,
Dylan.
Hank, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does that not like anti-Americanism scare you at all? Like when somebody's
No. Mark is very pro-American.
That's
not pro-American.
Sound like it to me.
American.
But what old school American isn't, you don't get to have elections. Old school Americans isn't like freedom of speech is a lie and you don't get to have that. Nobody can criticize the government or you go to prison. Free speech, like old American, like in Russia, calling this a war.
Bad things about Russia that probably are
the
true.
things that he was.
You can't even call it a war in Russia. You have no free. These motherfuckers would be. I want to ship them. I mean, obviously that'd be stupid, but like, they wouldn't survive like 5 days in Russia. They're too Ameribrain. They don't understand what it's like. We have so much privilege in this country that I feel like I didn't appreciate either until like, started having people in the chat like and talking about their experiences in like their countries and like seeing people talk about things that you can get arrested for. And how like the justice is like we like complain about it all the time, and we should complain about it, by the way. But like I think those like assholes that are like yeah, I love that freedom, woo woo shit, and then they're like, no, but I love Russia. Like, what are you on about? Those things are completely incoherent to have the same. Like, do you not understand how fucked how much like less freedoms you would have there? I can't tell if you're joking, Zizgors, or you're tanky. Oh, are you tanky? Oh my god, we have a new tanky! It's been a while! Ooh, you got a new one? Oh my god, that's exactly what a tanky would say. That's adorable. We love you. We gotta keep you as a pet.
Defending about Russia was just like they're homophobic, and like that's the thing. Okay, they don't like the gays. To be clear, if you say in Russia being gay is okay, you can go to prison. If you are in Russia and you present anything as like being homosexual as a positive in any manner, that can go with prison time, and that is included. That is included people. Why would that go away anytime soon in Russia?
Because worldwide, the culture is
nobody's doing that. You're shadowboxing. Oh, that's true, Headless Chicken. That's what you're doing. He's getting all wound up right now.
Russia's going in the opposite direction. They're raiding gay clubs. They're shutting down all LGBT rights organizations.
Yeah, and famously, Russia's very pro black people.
But listen to that. Listen to me.
Bro, Americans are racist as shit, but fuck is other countries significantly more racist. You're being silly.
That's the last gasps of trying to preserve Christian morality. Those are like the boomers or the people who came before the boomers were more an edifice, a face of morality, and then the boomers.
Oh, I fucking knew it. I knew if I just battered him like 2 seconds, he would pop off like this. Thank you for being like every fucking tanky. Jesus Christ.
Let it all hang out. So the generation behind them is gonna let it all hang out.
It's the Russian government that are passing these laws. I mean, the government. So
I'm gonna go ahead. Like, actually, yeah. The most anti-Semitic person. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I know what's gonna happen. Yeah, but we're gonna have to give him a little time out in a little bit, I think.
It's gonna get replaced.
Replaced by
the government's gonna die.
Why? Okay, when the Putin regime collapses, maybe then there'll be an environment for change. But it's also very cultural in Russia. They very much don't like homosexuality. But the criminalization of any action is that really so good that you can lock up somebody for just being a little too gay and saying that it's okay? That's more valuable And that means you'll support them in invading a neighboring country over that country trying to democratize, get rid of corruption. Like if the Russians win in Ukraine, they're not going to replace them with like anti-corruptive. They're going to install some of the most.
Wait, are you calling yourself the post-war dictator of 40 Sims? We're gonna give him a timeout? Wait, did you just call yourself a post-war dictator of 40 Sims? You ugly. Well, to be fair, I am identify as non-binary, so I'm wrong on 2 fronts there, bitch. Aw, they were fun for a little bit there. I'd like you to know that was a great example of how retarded tankies are. They just get so pissed off. Yeah. Just blow their cover under, like, no. Like, the lightest little thing. That was fun, though. They had a fun run.
Corrupt people in the world. In fact, you can see in occupied territory, like Dennis Pusilin, they're like literal con men that are going to establish some. Like
Sorry, there was a lot of distraction for that.
We're more.
I feel like it's disrespectful to not back up the video.
To me, that's the last gasps of trying to preserve Christian morality. They're gonna.
And notice when I said I was gonna wait for them to do it, called that shit.
Those are like the boomers. Or the pre-boom.
I thought it was either going to be that, or they were going to be really anti-Semitic, or they were going to call lupus anti-Semitic or something. I thought that was like what I was expecting more was that one, but you know, it's always fun to have a surprise. Not that it's that surprising that somebody would say that. It's just I thought that was where it was going to go.
People who came before the boomers were more
people came from
an edifice, a face of morality, and then the boomers let it all hang out. So the generation behind them is going to let it all hang out.
It's the Russian government that are passing these laws. I mean,
the government's going to get replaced.
Replaced by
the government's going to die.
Why? Okay, when the Putin regime collapses, maybe then there'll be an environment for change. But it's also very cultural in Russia. They very much don't like homosexuality. But the criminalization of any action is that really so good that you can lock up somebody for just being a little too gay and saying that it's okay? That's more valuable, and that means you'll support them in invading a neighboring country over that country trying to democratize, get rid of corruption. Like if the Russians win in Ukraine, they're not going to replace them with like anti-corruptive. They're going to install some of the most corrupt people in the world. In fact, you can see in occupied territory, like Dennis Pusilin, they're like literal con men that are going to establish some, like the head of the Crimean occupation. His private military company actually bombed us on an aid mission. He's literally tied up with the mafia. Like he's been involved in like assassinations of like, it's like very open. And so when somebody comes in here, it's like, well, I know that they don't like the gays and I don't like the gays, therefore I support them in a war. That makes no sense to me. If you don't like the gays, guess what? The main insult on both sides of this war is the F slur. They call each other the F slur all the time. They both sides of this war are largely homophobic. Ukrainians are less homophobic than the Russians. They are progressed to be like, hey, I don't think you should be arrested for being a homosexual, but I don't think that is so valuable that you should back an army that's filled mass graves and is trying to stomp out another nationality. I think that makes no sense. I think that's anti-American. Americanism isn't I support occupation because the gays are so bad. That makes no sense.
Well, there's a lot of propaganda that has been happening
for that. No, it's for that caller. It was a war. He supported Russia. Like one of his main things of the reason why he supported Russia is that he was talking about the wall, and he was talking about how they like hate gays. So for that caller, yes, that is what the war is about to him. Which I mean, more than anything, just means he doesn't really care. He just hates gays. Like that is indicative of he doesn't actually give a shit about anything that's actually happening in the war. He just hates gay people. And it's like, okay, well, now we know the crux of your argument. Just like how we saw our tanky friend there. Their argument just was America bad. And everything else was just surrounded around that.
For maybe 10 or 15 years about how Putin is openly Christian, or at
least as a homo myself, I do support the gays.
At least openly,
but he kills Christians. He murders Christians. His militias have murdered evangelicals and Baptists specifically.
No, I know, but let me just finish this point.
Okay, just throwing out there, like,
propaganda.
When people say he's pro-Christian, he's pro-Russian Orthodox Church. The church they've embedded with spies and is a branch of the Russian government. They're pro-empowering the Russian government. They're not pro-Christian. If they were, they wouldn't be murdering Christians.
But us normal boomers, like Mark and
I don't think Hake's even a boomer. Isn't he like in his like early 40s?
I don't know anything about the specifics of what's going on in Russia and how badly people are being treated. We just know that in America, they're pushing the gay thing down everybody's throats, and they're pushing illegal aliens down our throats. And then
well, that's just because you keep sucking illegal alien dick. I mean, that's a choice you're making, my guy.
See this propaganda, these memes about how
I don't feel like I have this issue.
Not going along with the gay thing and not allowing the illegal aliens so much. And so it's like, oh man, wish we had a leader like Putin. That's all he means. So it's not that he's for all that stuff that necessarily.
But he said he supports the Russians. He said he supports the Russians against the Ukrainians. That makes no sense to me. It'd be one thing for you to be like, I don't like homosexuality. That's one thing. But to project your domestic political concerns onto another country as they're engaged in the largest war in Europe since World War II, based purely on the fact that they...
I mean, it's equivalent to being like, yeah, the Nazis like hated the gays, so I support the Nazis. I mean, not necessarily to the same level, but I'm saying like the same like argument. Like, if we were going to be logically consistent, that person would probably have that same fucking argument and support the Nazis.
It looked really cool, and all the based memes you see on the internet is like the worst the internet has to offer.
And I'm not saying that that's why Mark's. Maybe I slipped and said that that's why Mark said it, but that's why I am like, Putin. Don't you wish we had a leader like Putin? And I jokingly say that just because of the contrast in the domestic issues. But you're right. I don't know the specifics, and I'm not supporting.
Well, Lupus, of course, we did force you to have sex with aliens because that's how you got the laser.
I'm sure if Mark knew that about like the evangelicals who were killed, or the Baptists who had the churches destroyed to be replaced by military bases. Like if he knew these stories, and I've talked to these Baptists myself. I've talked to Gennady Makhnenko about the treatment of like other denominations of Christianity and how they were treated by the Russian Orthodox Army, who was well known for the abuses of religious minorities in occupied territory. That's not even talking about what they did to the Muslims in Crimea. It's just, for me, when I hear someone say, oh, they're a warrior of Christianity, what I'm hearing is like, this is what the Russians said and put on social media, and you see the memes, and it's like the vibes are rubbing off on you. Because unless you're a Russian Orthodox Christian, if you're any other type of Christian, you would be getting negative treatment in occupied territory by many of these militias.
Fair enough. I got to read a few super chats, and then we'll get back to calls, man.
Ooh, calls.
Interesting discussion. Shout out to Mark, too.
All right, are we going to get some anti-Semitism? I feel like... I don't know how you could get there. I guess, like, the Zelensky's Jewish thing. I feel like we'd get another nut. We don't have that much more in the video, but I think we might have that come up. Because I think people are going to get heated after that one. And then there's going to be people calling in to, like, be on that guy's side. Well, let's see.
Over on buymeacoffee.com /the Hake Report, Manuel bought 5 coffees and then 3 more saying, ask Dylan if he knows where Zelensky was born.
Are they going to say because he used to work for Russian TV, or was that exactly what just happened?
He's from Kyiv. It's a city in southern Ukraine. Yeah.
Manuel says Miami, Florida. Had you ever heard that before?
What?
I have never heard of it before, but he's from the.
What?
southern city of Kiev from everything I know.
All right, hold on. Let's. Birth. Okay, let's look up his birthday. January 25th. Shout out. Born in birthplace. There we go. Not. God damn it! I just keep wanting to celebrate his birthday so much. Again, this is what we're talking about. Like, where who's the UK Prime Minister? It just sounds like a crazy random name. The same way the Caribbean. Wait, that he's Jewish? Yeah, no, he's Jewish. It's not like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. This is just something I always heard, like, this ski with, like, 2 Ys. Oh, we've actually talked about this before. It doesn't really, it's not exclusive to that. It's just, never mind. I'm remembering now. Where, there's a difference between, like, ski with Ys and ski with Is, and it just has to do with, I think Polish people have, like, when the last name is, I don't know, Jurinsky or whatever, the I, it would be spelled with an I if it's like a Polish name, and if it's like a Ukrainian or a little bit more Eastern European name, it would be spelled with a Y. It actually doesn't have anything to do with Jewish people. Somebody told me that once, and it's just always stuck in my head. One in regime changes simply voted. But people say he's not.
Maybe he was born in Miami.
Yeah, maybe he's not a. Wait, does he have the pizza laser?
I have I don't know his specific birth hospital, but I know what city he grew up in.
So maybe he's an anchor baby.
Maybe. Let me look. Zelensky birthplace. That'd be curious.
I just kept watching the video. I wouldn't have to Google it.
Ukrainian anchor baby.
Born in Philly.
No, it says Kiev, place of birth. There it is.
Well, I mean, they say stuff about where Obama was born too, but we won't go there. Kale gave.
Well, if it was Poland, it would be SKI, not with an E. It'd be like skiing down a mountain.
A super chat on Streamlabs. Question for Dylan: if Trump were to end the war before his inauguration, what would be your reaction?
How would Trump end the war before he was inaugurated as president? That question itself is so. He's like a Homelander? Like he just goes and flies and I don't know, kills Putin or something? What? All right, we gotta run that back.
Kale gave a super chat on Streamlabs. Question for Dylan: if Trump were to end the war before his inauguration, what would be your reaction, and would it change your perspective on the war?
I assume he meant election, but that also would make no sense either.
It might. It would depend on how he ended it. If he was able to end it on terms that I think will actually, end the war. Because the worst case scenario for me, from my perspective, the thing that scares me more than anything else is that we make a deal, and it's a ceasefire, and then the Russians start the war again in 4 years. Because it was just like, okay, we can rebuild our army, and then we can go again. When the Americans are distracted with Taiwan, or the Americans are distracted with Mexico.
Okay, so he just ignored the fact that prompt made no sense, which, I mean, for his purposes, he wants to get information out there, so I get it.
Once they're distracted and their munitions are elsewhere, then we can take advantage and push on the Europeans who are scrambling to try to build up the defense sector, which they've ignored for quite a long time. So to me, it would depend upon a deal being made, but which guarantee that the Russians will not invade the Ukrainians again, i.e. some unilateral defense pact, multilateral defense pact. NATO membership would be the most clear-cut thing because it's the thing that's worked for everyone else.
Hey,
but I'm not
Jack.
married to it. If there's something else that could be
because didn't they have an agreement that NATO wouldn't expand? Wasn't that like kind of a big issue to Putin?
No, I mean the Russians say that Gorbachev made a deal with the West during the collapse of the Soviet Union to stop the expansion of NATO past East Germany, which is what people say.
He's just like a cat. He just like hates having doors closed. He opens them so aggressively and he hates having doors closed.
Okay. What was signed at that agreement was that there would be no Western NATO military bases in a reunified Germany in East Germany to make a barrier in East Germany between the Soviet Union and NATO before the Soviet Union's collapse. There was no agreement on paper. Now, there's some people who say verbal. Gorbachev said that there wasn't a verbal agreement, and he's the guy who did it. So I don't know. I believe him. He also flip-flopped on this, though. So who knows? It could be that politics are making people like talk about previous agreements, about things that were maybe talked about but not agreed to. Point is, it's not official. It's all rumor. The only thing that we know for sure is that it was East Germany, no bases there.
If you were Putin, would you want NATO, Ukraine in NATO?
Probably not, no. In 2002, he said it wasn't a problem.
Yeah, but if I was Putin, again, I'd be like an evil person, so. And I want power for myself. But yeah, of course I wouldn't want that.
If Ukraine joined NATO. Yeah.
Hot take, I don't want everyone to get what they want personally, okay? Diplomacy is not hey, give me what I want because I want this. That's not how it works.
But also his relationship
with
NATO.
Was that when he was thinking that he might join?
Sometime around that. It might have been a little bit after that. The problem is that the relationship between NATO and Russia changed rapidly, and Russia's, and I think a lot of it, and I'm just being blunt here, is that the Russians.
Yo, I'm kind of crazy. These people are popping off because that account's from 2021. It always he's getting Space Lizard, by the way.
Gained more power, so they could be more verbally like, okay, we're going to start reasserting control here, because 6 years after they said Ukraine could join NATO, they invaded Georgia, right? So that's not a lot of time between when he was saying this and he was invading Georgia and complaining about NATO expansion. But I do think he wouldn't like it. But I would also ask, how else could we guarantee the Russians don't invade again? Because honestly, like, Finland joined NATO, and that was something that should be terrifying to the Russians.
Yeah, it's almost like Finland and Denmark both joined NATO because of the invasion of Ukraine. Way to shoot yourself in the foot on that one.
Because that doubled NATO's border with Russia. But the
Sundry. That's the one person that's
all they've done since then is move troops.
Finland
Are you trying to debate somebody to gifting you a sub? Is that what you're doing, Sundry?
Finland doesn't want to hurt anybody.
They had a vicious war. The Finnish Soviet war was horribly vicious, and the Russians lost so many guys trying to invade Finland. So many.
Oh, so I'm wrong.
And then there was the continuation war after that.
Now, right?
Right now, the Russians are, and this is crazy because the guy was just talking about how great Russia is on illegal migrants. They're taking illegal migrants and throwing them at the Poles and the Finns. And what I mean by that is that they're taking illegal migrants, they're giving them bikes, and then they're saying, go to Finland, go to Poland, they'll deal with you. The Belarusians are doing this too. And this has led to the death of some Polish soldiers who were stabbed to death by these people. Wow. And this is a really divisive issue right now. And then, of course, there's a fact, like, a lot of these people go all the way to Russia because they were told they could get help. And then they're there and they're like, never mind, go that way. And then they go that way. And there's these people trying to get a better life. And it's a really tragic situation all around.
You mentioned that it sounded like you were saying Russia played weak with NATO played nice, like they wanted to join them.
I love the way he says NATO. I've never heard anyone say it that way, but I kind of love it. NATO.
And played like they were getting
He's like
along.
pronouncing it like it's a Japanese word. NATO.
Until they got power. And so
it's not just that. It's just, but I do think that obviously as they got more, I think it's part of it that when they were less powerful, they were less assertive. Yes.
Oh, that's what the emote should be have. I have it, the spinning NATO emote. We should call it Ninto. This. I'll write that down. I'll eventually do it. I gotta stop being lazy.
So make sure that I want a promise from you today that when you guys take power in America and you put all of us in the gulags, that you make my gulag nice and not too nasty.
You will get 2 bowls of gruel. Everybody will get only 1 bowl of gruel. You will get 2 bowls of gruel and a half moldy piece of bread.
Including Mark from Los Angeles. Let him.
I will allow. No, not Mark. Not Mark. But I will allow you to choose between the snake pit and the scorpion pit.
Oh, I call my live chat the snake pit.
No. But you get to choose between your gulag torture.
Okay.
Snake pit. Am I being thrown into the pit? Because if I'm being thrown into it, I feel like the snake pit would have like it would cushion the fall more. But if I'm just like stepping into it, I think I'd probably go with the scorpion pit. So I think I could like scorpions aren't that heavy. I think I could sweep them away. I don't know.
All right. Another super chat from Lin Yen Chin, who says Dylan burns his IQ. It's a pun there. Dylan burns his IQ away, informing the ivory towers of vanity that make up his persona as a mere mouth breather, incapable of sensing misuse of syntax. Fix your alignment of spine and learn how to breathe. Focus. Are you a nose breather or a mouth breather, Dylan Burns?
I like to think that I breathe out of my nose.
Okay.
I like to do both, considering.
All right. Well, fix your spinal alignment and.
No, that sounded like somebody who thought they were doing like a really smart message, and then they're like a really dumb person. Nose enjoyers rise up. I actually breathe out of other people's noses.
And don't get lost in vanity in your ivory.
Yeah, mouth breather seems like an old. I don't feel like people use that term that much anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's just something that I never found that like interesting.
Tower.
Wait, maybe they did get it from ChatGPT.
I'm sorry. It's too. I am lost in the ivory tower.
Lin Yen Chin is actually kind of deep.
Do you think that might have been that guy, and they were like offended because the reason why they watched they tuned into this stream is because they knew that they said something while this was happening. Oh my god. X-Files music.
I didn't fully comprehend it, but it is he has fair points. He's a great guy. Shout out to Lin Yen Chin.
I didn't understand it really either, but I'm sure they're right.
Yeah. Something to consider for sure.
Yes.
Hold on. For science, they say that person's name is Lin Yen Chin. Gotta scroll. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I get that. I wanted to go to their... What? I want to go to their page. Oh, because streamer mode does this annoying thing. You can't do it. Okay, whatever. I want to see who he follows. Is what I wanted to see. If anyone can look that up. I don't know why it's weird when I'm on. Don't worry about it.
Connor's a first-time caller in Iowa. Connor, thank
from
you for
Iowa.
calling, man. What's up? You're live with Dylan Burns. We have 15 minutes, so I'm going to go just a couple of minutes each caller so that I can get to all of you guys. Make your point real fast. Your question. Go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah. So for Dylan, why do you think that Ukraine isn't really covered in the West? Certainly not as much as Israel-Palestine is. And where in the world
Reasonable question.
do you think Ukraine is covered a lot in the media? I'm assuming in Eastern Europe. I just wanted to get your thoughts on a quick reason why. And yeah, thank you.
I think it's a few things. I think one of it is that Israel-Palestine is more recent news, obviously. This is the most basic answer, is that there's more recent news, therefore it's not as fresh in many people's mind. And it's also one of the more like divisive issues already internationally known. So while Ukraine, in a way, the war in Ukraine almost introduced itself to the world really not for the first time, but on the biggest stage ever in 2022. And most people didn't know much about the Ukrainian story. If you ask people about like Taras Shevchenko and like Ukrainian poets and historians and like their history of struggling for freedom, whatever, most people have no clue. And Zelensky, in a way, acted as ambassador to a lot of people of Ukraine at the start of the war. And that's one thing a lot of people give him credit on. And even his biggest critics in this country, including me when I critique him, will say that he was a very good spokesperson for the country in trying to explain at least the bare bones of that. But Israel, everybody knows about Israel-Palestine. It's the most known divisive issue in the world. It's got like 70 to 80 years of history that's pretty well documented.
Plus, a lot of it I would imagine is like religious.
And known about. There's also a religious angle in Israel-Palestine, especially in the United States when it comes to evangelical communities and communities that are historically supportive of Israel, including American Jews, where most Americans don't have really much of a religious tie to Ukraine. Like the Russian Orthodox Church like divide stuff, most Americans don't know about. It's an interesting issue.
I mean, like it's birth, the whole multiple different religions have so much ties. It's a completely different angle there, but
plan to make something about it eventually, but it's just not something that garners religious ire as much. And not to mention, like, the Israel-Palestine issue is
let's just switch them.
also at the center of like the Muslim world's ire specifically, which makes up a very large portion of the world. And in a way, this
will give all Palestinians, all of Russia, all Russians go to live in Palestine, and then Ukrainians will go live in Israel, and then Israel will live in Ukraine. Problem solved.
war also has those two worlds clash. Now, there's a bunch of other reasons as well, but those would be like the immediate reasons. I'll also say that social media has been a big player this war too. Social media, just like with Ukraine, it was a big player, but like a lot of just reposting of content, reposting of the gore, reposting of the most horrific content. Everybody's seen it if you've been on social media at this point. I think that has really dragged a lot of people. And if there's like multiple wars going on at the same time, I think that it's going to end up dragging away from it. Like, for example, like the war in Sudan gets like no attention, even though the war right now in Sudan is absolutely horrific. So I don't know how upset I can really be, because at least it's getting more attention than like Myanmar or Sudan, even though they obviously deserve attention.
Interesting.
But like,
I forgot that there even was a war in Sudan.
Yeah, the RSF is committing many massacres.
I barely ever hear about it.
But yeah, Dylan, thank you.
Oh, and as for the countries it's covered more in, it's Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. They get covered the most. Germany and I think France covered a little bit more.
Poland's pretty interested in covering Ukraine.
More, and the UK covers it a lot. The British love Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
That is interesting. Yeah, suddenly all the MAGA people are experts on Victoria Nuland and Klitschko. So it's just,
True.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate it, man. Cole.
Oh, Connor with the reasonable question. I actually thought that was an interesting take. I don't know why. I think it's something I ate, but I gotta go to the bathroom every 2 seconds. Sorry.
Hake.
Hey! For the sub, Dank Pro. Hey!
In Tacoma.
Mega people are experts on Victorian New.
I'm just going pee, okay? Unless I'm like a quick sitter. I'm not. But I have a bidet.
And Klitschko, so it's just
Of course. True.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate it, man. Coley in Tacoma, Washington. If I'm pronouncing your name right, are you there? Coley.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You're on with Dylan Burns.
Question about the Ukrainian military. I was in the U.S. military from 2012 to 2018, and this was kind of the first time that I was like pro forever war, because it seems like Russia just doesn't have a back end, and they'll just keep throwing their almost infinite amount of people at a war that just seems like it can go on forever. At what point do we just say, fuck it, they have nukes, but it's worth going in and actually shutting this shit down?
Keep it clean, man. There's children listening to the show. No.
Do you think that any kids listen to this show?
No worries, he didn't know. Go ahead.
But just coming in and shutting stuff down and saying that expansionism is no longer tolerated.
I think that they might not have just said what they meant.
I don't think the American government, at the very least, is going to put any troops on the ground in Ukraine. I've had this position since the start. I think they're too afraid. They are like the two centers of geopolitical power with some of the largest nuclear stockpiles in the world. And so I don't think Putin or Trump or Biden or any of the people that might be president in, say, the next year are very eager to tempt.
It's actually very specifically not infinite round. That's why they're like, I mean, that's an element to, among many, but one element or facet of like why they're anti homos, because they want we're BBs, not like the gays can't have kids, but all of that traditionalist bullshit where they want to go back to the times where you're like forced to have kids. That's the whole fascist thing, right? The Nazis were like, that was like one of their biggest issues, was that they had enough like airplanes, but they didn't have anyone to fly them. That's why they were sending in like literally like 6-year-olds or whatever. Song about Hake.
Conservative Christian
right-wing Republican, straight white American male. Gay bashing, black fearing, war fighting, tree killing, regional leaders of sales. Frat housing, cake tapping, shirt tucking, backslapping, haters of hippies like me. Tree hugging, peace loving, pot smoking, porn watching, lazy ass hippies like me. Tree hugging, love making, pro choice and gay wedding, widespread digging hippies like me. Skin color blinded, conspiracy minded, protesters of corporate greed. We who have nothing and most likely will till we all end up locked up in jails by conservative Christian, right-wing Republican, straight white American males. Diamonds and dogs, boys and girls, living together in two separate worlds, following.
I want to live in the dog world. I don't care what else is involved in it. Even if it's a fascist dog world, I think I'm okay with that.
Leaders up mountains of shame.
I do live in Texas.
For someone to blame.
This always reminds me of the, or not always. Alright, we get it. I like country. But that was like their edgy time. Anyways.
With that at all. I do think that the furthest I could imagine would maybe be military trainers on the ground, but combat troops that could actually unseat the Russians, I don't think anything like that is possible unless the Russians use a nuclear weapon in Ukraine. That's the only scenario I could imagine, and even then, I don't know if it's particularly likely. And the only reason I would say then is because the calculus would change, because to some people, this would mean the Russians would have to lose, because if they win after using a nuclear weapon and they get away with it, the calculus for a lot of world leaders who have nuclear weapons like Kim Jong-un or other tin box dictators who want to take back land might think, oh, all I need is a nuke. Then I can basically act like a suicidal maniac on the world stage and say, well, if you attack me, I'll blow everything up. Now, obviously, if you want to threaten the whole world, you're going to need quite a large nuclear stockpile. The Russians actually have a stockpile to somewhat threaten that.
I really don't know how much work.
But I think that's something that would maybe encourage the United States to take some forceful action to make sure that the Russians found consequence from using the nuclear weapon and the message wasn't sent. You can use a nuke and basically nothing will happen. Under that scenario, I could see the United States maybe destroying whatever launched the nuke at Ukraine. Let's say that it was an air base, the United States strike the air base. Or if it was used by ground troops on the front line, they'll strike those ground troops and make it known that there'll be direct intervention by the United States or something like that. That's the only scenario I could imagine. Outside of that very narrow, very unlikely scenario, I think the only powers that are likely to deploy troops would have to be Eastern European ones or ones within Europe that have already talked about it, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, or the French maybe, because Macron has talked about it at length.
Interesting, man. Go ahead.
I had one more question.
Real quick, real fast. Yeah, go ahead.
If Ukraine is allowed to take, if Russia is allowed to take Ukraine, and that's a win for them, isn't that also promotion of saying, okay, anywhere that's not NATO is up for grabs, and what's stopping them from retaking Russia if they win, other than we say we'll fight them? But if we're saying that, well, a fight is not anything we're willing to do because of nukes, they still will have the same amount of nukes once they have Ukraine, and then they'll have the harvest power and the economy of Ukraine at that point.
You make an interesting point at the end there, because I think some people I hear like, well, the Russians have done so bad in this war. Who matters if they win? They've shown how weak they are. Well, number one, the Russians have adapted a lot during this war.
Hey, all right, so you missed a friend.
I've seen them improve when it comes to the response time of their artillery.
Why are they following you? My god, the dogs are being so good today. They like never do this. Look at them. They're being good brother and sister. They're being so good. Yeah, I wonder if it is like a thing. They had like a traumatic long weekend. Like we had like people here, we had other dogs here. It was a lot this weekend. So I think they're just chilling. Look at, they were laying down waiting for you together. Was a rough.
When it comes to how they've integrated drone warfare, showing how weak they are. Well, number one, the Russians have adapted a lot during this war. I've seen them improve when it comes to the response time of their artillery, when it comes to how they've integrated drone warfare. And they're the only country of maybe two, the other one being Ukraine, who have fought a war like this in the 21st century now. The United States hasn't had to fight a war like this large and mechanized since what, the invasion of Iraq? And this war is nothing like the invasion of Iraq. The drones were not available like they're available now. A bunch of elements are just not available like they were available then.
And Iraqis didn't have a chance of coming to the U.S. when we were fighting them.
They didn't even have a chance of beating the Americans, really.
Now, as for
from Russia to Ukraine,
and
you
then
can't walk from Iraq to the U.S.
And then when you add Ukraine, right, as part of Russia, on top of all of the skills they're building now, they get the population of Ukraine. They get their now expanded military industries. They get all of this, like a lot of the drone production that Ukraine has done very well. A lot of the drone experimenting. They're on the cutting edge of this type of drone technology now. When it comes to like this quick, usable, like one after the other.
This guy would have been an N-word sayer if he would have gone into 4chan instead of Tumblr.
Are you going to a sex party? What are you doing? He just comes out with an owl mask on, with his shirt off.
Going to get all of that. They're going to get all of their agriculture, all of their mines, all of their industry, and that's going to be on top of a now revitalized nationalist Russia that just won the largest war in Europe since the Second World War.
Is there... Okay, this is just like... I don't... Okay, this can't be right. Because I would imagine they would have had a big dip during COVID. But this is saying they didn't? I mean, to be fair, I guess most Russians live like 5 years away from each other. Yeah, but it's just gonna be a party of two, so it's just gonna be me and him. Well, I mean, if you make it fun enough, it's still a party, right? I do not. Chicken. Let me try a different source. This is what I'm saying. I feel this is crazy. The classic Russian elves. This seems way too high. 70? I mean, there's gotta be some truth in here somewhere, I assume, but like, just to me, it seems way too high. If it is, it is, but like, that just seems incredibly high. More than anything, what I find suspicious is, why isn't the female... I mean, it is actually pretty crazy difference, but I don't know if it's that... What's the difference in the United States, I guess? Let's get some context here. US... Oh yeah, Keir Starmer. That's the one I was trying to remember earlier, where it sounded like a fucking Star Wars. Ah! Life expect... I feel like I cannot type on this keyboard because it's too quiet. What? Oh. What's the average? Holy shit. Why is this such a weird graph? Okay. Yo, Asians taking the fat dub. Is it because there's like one person in New Haven, Connecticut that lived to 98.8? What the fuck? Yo, you fuckers are gonna die way before me because I got that Asian shit. How about Asian supremacy? Alright, point being, it's around 80, it seems. At the low point, it'd be around 70. But the difference between men and women is what I'm curious about. Oh, that's what I'm looking at here. Okay, so the gap actually isn't that what? Hello? Go up. Alright, this page is... I don't know what's happening. Anyways, let's move on.
And what's right next to you, just that's going to be on top of a now revitalized nationalist Russia that just won the largest war in Europe since the Second World War. And what's right next to Ukraine? Moldova, a country that Russia already has troops illegally stationed in Transnistria, and is also a country that Russia has invested a lot of money to try to capture the politics of, with Moldovan politicians literally caught carrying bag loads of cash given to them by Russian agents. And so I do think that if the Russians really just full out won this war, they would see this as,
I don't know if you're joking, Avocado, but that is true.
like being rewarded for good decision making. Yeah, they can, maybe they'll completely buy their own hype, and I think they'll keep going. Whether they'll move into a NATO country, I think will be dependent upon how strong Article 5 is, whether it's been whittled down, because I've heard some talk about the restructuring of NATO and how that's going to work, and that does have me somewhat concerned about the future of the organization and its ability to deter further eastward expansion, especially into Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which the Russians are going to say they need in order to have proper access and sea dominance in the Baltic Sea region. He's definitely considering Sweden and Finland just join NATO.
I mean, if it's just average life expectancy, it would involve all of them. I remember having Razor's cousin, who basically is his aunt, her husband talking about Asians and then not realizing that I was Asian, and then his dad being like, oh, well, Nina's Asian, and then I wasn't really paying attention because I was just in the car, like looking at something on my phone, and I was like, what? And he was like, oh yeah, Asians are really bad at driving or whatever, and it's like, where'd you get that stat from? That Asians cause more deaths? And he's like, well, yeah, because like Asians are like bad. It's like, well, that's not true. Like, and I looked up the stat. It was like Asians are actually the best drivers, and then he tried to be like, oh yeah, well, it's because they get other people in accidents, and I'm like, no, this stat is involved in fatal accidents. So if they get other people into accidents, then that means that they would be involved in this. The stats that I'm looking at here. Asians are actually the safest drivers. And then they did the thing where they just like well, I don't believe the and then they just kind of shut the fuck up. Because it's like, you're just wrong. Yeah, literally that same joke, you got two things going against you, Asian and woman. That fucking stupid joke. God damn, never heard that one before. And how it's like literally not true that Asians and women are better drivers. Which makes sense because men are fucking retarded and they're insecure fucks who would make those type of jokes because they actually are shit. I do think it's kind of fucked how men have more expensive car insurance. And I don't mean that because men should not have more expensive car insurance, because I understand the numbers bar that out. However, I don't like gender segregated stuff like that, personally. But I get why it exists, because you fuckers are worse drivers. Is it true? Till 35 it's lower? What, do men like stop being... What's the logic for that? I guess the stats just bear it out? Whatever. I mean, I don't really think that, I think it's not like a sex thing. It's more like I think a gender expectations thing, like a social thing. Or like dudes are just like marketed to be idiots. Like young men are like I think it's a social thing. It's not like some like ingrained that like I say retard as like a joke. Like I don't think it's like any actual mental deficiency or something. But like I think it's just like a weird social part where you just... Honestly, my dad is a dog shit driver. He is Asian, but he's also over 35, so... And I think he's getting worse as he's getting older. Maybe that is a man thing, I don't know. But it's also weird that it would stop at 35. Maybe it comes back. It's a testosterone thing? Drive my car into uncommon traffic. Okay, well maybe men should be banned then. Or at least testosterone, I don't know. No, I know, of course they do. Camaraderie. We should just have trains. Let's get rid of cars and just get more trains. That's my solution to everything. We don't have to make... Either we make men illegal or we make just trains more popular. Come down out of something. I will not!
You, Coley, in Tacoma, Washington.
Proper access and sea dominance in the Baltic Sea region. He's definitely considering Sweden and Finland just join NATO.
Thank you, Coley, in Tacoma, Washington. I got to run, man. It's good to hear from you. Take care, man.
Have a great day.
All right, you as well. Oh, man. We got to wrap up pretty soon here. Let me get to Hector in New Mexico. He has a question on Ukraine. What's up, man? Hector.
What's up, Hake?
Hey.
I was going to originally ask Dylan a question on Ukraine, but I'm getting tired of all this Ukrainian talk. So
understandable.
Instead, so this is for Dylan. So, Dylan, why do you think the homeless population seems to be increasing in the U.S.? And what's the best solution you have to solve it?
I love it.
Well, I mean, they invited him on because he's an expert on Ukraine, so it's a little weird to not go with the theme, but okay. I mean, yeah, because we don't build homes. We have too many people. Well, I don't know why I'm answering the question. Let him answer the question.
Man, it's I think some of it probably almost certainly has to do with housing prices and not enough availability of homes, and therefore with the smaller markets, less amount of homes, housing prices for the available properties go up. This is an issue in New York. This is a big issue in places like
Airbnb is also a huge issue. We need to raise prices, or we need to raise taxes on unoccupied homes, within a reasonable way, of course. there are so many like corporate ways. I don't mean like if you like have like your, I don't know, your beach house or something. On corporations, we absolutely need to fucking crack down like crazy on like these just unoccupied houses that just sit there because companies can just like real estate investments just can just sit on it and they don't have to deal with anything. And we also need to fix zoning laws. Zoning laws is one of the biggest things, is that you can't like have apartment buildings in certain areas. Also, you have to have a certain amount of yard in certain areas. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I have a front yard I can't use for anything because I live in this like residential area, but the fact that every lot has to be like at least an acre in the neighborhood is ridiculous. Like, we need to have more common sense zoning laws. Like, I don't understand why you can't have a business inside a neighborhood. To me, I feel like that would be pretty cool to be... Out here. Oh. Like, you know, it'd be really fucking cool if I could walk to a store. But I can't. I mean, I can, but like... It's not within reason. It's not like going down the block. Especially when it's hot as fuck, it's like, you're gonna like die. I have a problem that people... You're losing money on it. I don't think corporations are... No, they... Okay. I'm not saying like a big business. I'm saying like you can have like, I'm not saying like have like a parking lot outside of your house. I mean like a walk-up store. Like a store without a parking lot. I mean, Airbnb, a lot of them are not owned by individual people. A lot of them are, but a lot of them are literally owned for... I actually stayed at one. It was an entire apartment building that was owned by a corporation. That it was just for like their company, because there was nobody else there. I stayed there for like a week. And there was like nobody else there. Like, this isn't like a fantasy thing that like doesn't happen. It does. A lot of them are also because they're supposed to take losses for tax purposes. It's not like a one person thing. It's a whole mess. But goddamn, I hate front yards. You know what? My main thing, I hate front yards. I hate them so much. Like, I can't even fence in my front yard. It's bullshit. I have like a gigantic front yard and I can't do anything with it. All it is just what, like trees? I mean, like, I get if it's like a drainage thing, but it's not. Complete waste of space. I could have like 3 more houses in this area if we didn't have front yards on like my one property. Or that's a little bit... I'm on a cul-de-sac. In the cul-de-sac, at least. Why? All you have to do is pay more for it. It sucks. Having a front yard is fucking dog shit. All I have to do is pay some people to like maintain it, or the HOA gets really fucking mad at you, and I can't use it for anything. Because I can't fence it in, so I can't have my dogs out in my front yard. I can't pave over all of it to have it actually more space. Why can't I just have a bigger house, like, closer to the street? Sucks. That's not possible, chicken. I don't know why you keep saying that. Not here. I do think HOAs need to be restrained in their power for sure. They are way too powerful. You know that they can like actually like basically run you out of your house? Even if you own it, an HOA can make you like have to sell your house. It's fucking ridiculous. And it's always the worst people who get involved in them. Anyways.
LA. So I think availability of homes help bring the prices down so people don't have to live out of their van.
You don't sign up for it. You have, if you go into a neighborhood, like if you want to buy a house, you have to join the HOA. It's not a choice.
I think that's one issue. I think another issue is drug abuse. Drug abuse is a terrible, terrible thing. The reason my mom was homeless was because of drug abuse, and it's something that puts a lot of people on.
Okay, but like if every house every single house, when we looked at like at least like 10, I don't think I saw a single one, or not even like just when looking, sorry, 10 is an understatement. When I physically went to look at them, it was probably like 20. But like, you can't buy a house in Texas, at least, unless you're like out in like the boonies or some shit. If you want to live in like any sort of like suburb, like near you know, like in the downtown, like or near the downtown, you're gonna have to be part of an HOA. Like, you have no choice. I gotta move away from the okay, so yeah, it is lame. It sucks. I mean, to be fair, our HOA is pretty lax, so it's not been a big deal. But it isn't like the concept of HOAs are fucking stupid. Because you get that one Karen that ruins everything for everyone. Because the worst people always get involved, and they're like all up to like your asshole about it. It's super annoying. They're like, oh, everyone has to have the same mailbox. Like, what? Oh, I can't fence in your front yard because I think it looks bad. Fuck you. American Dad actually had a really funny episode about HOAs that I think is underrated on the commentary. Can they legally enforce it? No, if you buy the house, you have to sign, like, you have to sign a thing. Like, literally, if the HOA doesn't, like, I don't know what level or the wording for it exactly, but they can literally make you have to sell your house and move. Like, if you violate it enough, like, if you get enough violations, they can, like, legally make you have to move. It's insane the power that they get. Generally speaking, they're not gonna do that, but, like, they could, is the thing. You cannot leave the HOA. No, if you live there, you have to be part of the HOA. This isn't an option here. The property itself is under the HOA. It's not like a thing that you yourself joined. It's like, oh, you want to live here? Your property is, yeah, it's like mafia shit. Exactly. Your property is like under our protection type thing. It's super fucked. Yeah, it technically is, you know, a thing. Gross misinterpretation of the verse of Leviticus. I don't know how they are constitutional. I don't imagine that's what most HOAs are based off of, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they came from. Again, because you can't leave, I mean, you can leave it if you leave your house. The thing is, your house is under the HOA. The property itself is under the HOA. So if you want to leave your house, it's like a ghost. Like, either you can live with the ghost or you can just leave the house. But it's part of the land. You're stuck under. It's stupid. Stupid, I hate it. My libertarian bone, they're right about that. HOAs are dog shit. But the thing is, they also want to make alright, whatever. Let's finish this up. Yeah,
I think another issue is drug abuse. Drug abuse is a terrible, terrible thing. The reason my mom was homeless was because of drug abuse, and it's something that puts a lot of people on the street. It doesn't only like take up all your money, because the addiction then takes away your rent, takes away everything else. It becomes your main focus. It becomes your everything. It dominates your perception. It dominates your life. Every waking moment can become either you being high or you trying to find your next high, scrounging around in the middle of the night trying to figure that out. And if that's what you're doing, not only are you going to...
Yeah, because if you don't get high, then you're going to get sick, and then you're going to feel like, then you can't do anything. So that's a horrible part of addiction.
Spend all of your money on it, you could lose your job, your psychological profile begins to break down, and you start to become like a lot of the people we see on the street today. And you start to see them slowly decay mentally, and it's very sad. It's not only that, there's also just a lot of people who, maybe their parents die and then they don't have anyone to take care of them, and they're mentally already messed up, and therefore they end up homeless, and they could have certain like tendencies that mean it's harder for them to get into traditional mental health care facilities. Or elsewhere, or they could just not have the resources. I think it's a bunch of things that put people on the street. Some of it is just, of course, and this is always true, people just down on hard times, losing a job that they held forever because the company went under or else otherwise. But a lot of those people, and this is hard to say, are transitionally homeless. I was transitionally homeless for a very short period of time after like a family dispute, but I got a job after like 10, 15 days, was able to find a new place to live. But for the people that we're talking about before, those are people that are going to need some societal solving, some societal problem solving. These are not people that can help themselves. And in large part.
Do you think that there is do you agree with me that they are enabling it and encouraging it, and that's what's also expanding it?
They being the homeless people? This is literally a Nazi argument, being like, oh yeah, if you're homeless and I guess being seen, then you're promoting being homeless? I guess the degeneracy argument. Okay.
I don't know.
They're enabling the homeless by feeding them and stuff like that.
Who's they?
No, I don't think that they're enabling the homeless to be homeless by feeding.
Wait, by feeding them? So what? So what is that? So do you think that you're letting homeless people be homeless because you feed them? You know how you like help out homeless people? Are you not helping them to be homeless by helping them? So the alternative being just let them die. Yeah, he's literally, or not eugenics really, but just like he is advocating a form of genocide, I think. Where it's like, okay, so we should just like, what, kill the homeless people? People are down on their luck. Like, not every homeless person is like a, like an old grandma who just had, bad luck because she got robbed and, I don't know, the bank took her home because she didn't like trim her bushes or something. Sure, not everyone's that, but there are people who are that. Like, a lot of homeless people are, transitionally homeless, where, like Dylan was saying, where you're not necessarily like couch surfing. Like you like, I've had friends like stay at my house because they had like a difference in between their lease from one to the other. Like their one lease ended and they weren't able to find a place until like, I don't know, like a week after that. So they had to stay somewhere. So technically those people are homeless as well, because we just have such horrible like renting practices. And such like a, dude, renters are abused so much. Every single year, your fucking rent goes up, which doesn't make any sense. You would think that you'd want that rent to stay the same if we're talking about like what would make sense for like, oh, you have a good renter. But no, it's all about that, gotta make more money. I'm gonna make your rent because what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to be homeless. Oh, do you not have friends? Well, fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you for all I can get. Like, I fucking hate the renters market so much. You're not understanding what I'm saying, Snake. What I'm saying is that if you're staying at the same place, why do they have to increase your rent? Answer me this. Why should they increase your rent? You have already been there. You've already proven that you're a good tenant. Why are they all of a sudden having to spend more money for what? You to just live there? You're already living there. Like, it's already, like, there's no Please explain why you like licking the boot so much. They don't pay for utilities. Do you think that... Wait, do you guys think that when you rent, they pay for the utilities? You know that you pay for the utilities. Yeah, generally speaking, they do stay the same. To just fix something? I mean, not over like a period of like 20 years. You really think that it makes sense for your rent when you... Okay, let me give you another example of why this is ridiculous. Because if you move to another place, your rent starts off cheaper. Yeah, the property expenses do not go up. I have never at all ever heard... Do you not live in America? Because in America, you pay for everything, bro. You gotta pay for your cable. You gotta pay for your fucking, like, power expenses. You have to pay for your trash expenses. You have to pay for your water. Usually trash and water is the same. But y'all living in some weird places, dude. Your property taxes? Okay. You bought the property, though. Why is that my problem? Yes, I've rented an apartment before. I don't give a shit about property taxes going up. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like I'm literally actually talking about the companies that are... It's not the individuals. Okay, maybe you guys have never rented from a place that is like a house or something. It's not, you don't generally rent from an individual. You rent from a company. And the company arbitrarily always increases the expense. And I don't even think that they give it to the people who... I've never been on the other side of it, where I've been the property owner, but I've known somebody who actually didn't even want to deal with the property company because they were skimming money off the top. That's where a lot of that fucking increase comes from. It's the rental companies. If we're talking about like a apartment, those are absolutely arbitrary bullshit. Do you think that they really need to increase your rent $100? Say you're renting an apartment for $1,500 a month, right? Do you really think that like that every year they need from every single unit, they need to have $100 more from them? Do you really think that they need that to cover their costs? No, it's just greed. If you guys want to suck the boot, go for it, but that's your problem. Oh, I'm sorry, are you a fucking expert? You know, I don't care. Regardless of what I say, you're just gonna say that. Because you want to lick the boot, and that's all you want to do. They want to improve the property? Yes, that's... improve the property. You think that anyone's ever... Why would you want to have your property improved? You just want to keep living where you're living. That's true, Spec. No. Again, you notice that people are going to get really pissed off about this. They're just going to get defensive. Yeah, because I bet you won't... Do you, so you can't get... What? Ugh. Improve or maintain? Do you guys have rental properties? Is that why you know what you're talking about? Or are you just saying that because that's what your landlord told you? Thank you, Cosmonaut. Or Nautilus. I mean, if you ever lived in an apartment, they fucking suck. They never fix anything. Brag about it, chicken. Well, can you give me your expert opinion then, my guy? The government does stuff. You're a libertarian, are you? The government literally does the same thing with taxes. Do you understand simple revenue structures? Increase money in to spend money on things that allow them to make more money. I can't tell if you're joking. I don't even know if you're joking. Are you just like used to playing like a... some sort of like property management video game here? Like, what are we talking about? Do you really think that the average apartment owner, the person who owns, well, it's not usually like a one person, it's like a corporation that like owns an apartment building who's owned by something else. Do you really think that they're doing it for your best interest? Or do you think they're doing it to make more of a profit for doing less work? Do you think they're not just kind of shitting on you as an individual person to make more money? I do not own an apartment building, no. I'm not... Okay, businesses are not just one type of business. Most of the time, when we're talking about, like, large corporations that own, like, multiple apartment buildings, or, like, not necessarily large as in, like, Amazon. I mean, like, a real estate moguls or whatever. They're not doing it for your best interest. They're doing it to try and make more profit. Okay, so that's what you think I'm saying? You think that... Do you think all housing should be free? You think that's what I'm saying? Alright, bitch. Discord or ban? Clut Tribe, 28. Everything's still working. Looks like it is. Alright, just join any channel. I'll move you in. I'm gonna go pee while I wait. Just any channel in Discord, my guy. This is why I don't do this as often. It takes forever. I'm charging you $100 more per second that you're making me wait, because it is actually taking me it's taking away from my profit where I could be more entertaining instead of potentially making more money instead of just waiting for you. That was a little messy, but you get the joke I was trying to go for. All right, on that note, we're gonna finish this up, I guess.
Especially if we're talking about people who have like psychologically broken down, because once your mind is everything but drugs, like it's impossible to explain.
I think that you should stop typing and actually go into Discord. That would be really good. I'm getting really annoyed right now. I'm giving you about 2 more minutes, and then I'm over it.
This is somebody who hasn't been high or hasn't seen somebody in this state before. They will lie to the most beloved family member if it means
they're in vehicles. They shouldn't be texting.
It can get them back to that nirvana, or if it can get the shakes to go away. And when that's your main focus, you don't think about food, you don't think about housing. A lot of times, like this, it can dominate everything, all of your perception. When it gets really, really bad, these people, if they don't,
I think that you'd be moving faster if you were not typing.
If they're not given food, or if they're not able to,
you got another minute.
Beg for food, they will simply starve to death and maybe not even be able to tell they're starving to death, which that's how you get like these skeleton drug addicts. It's so no, I think in some instances
they're even enabling drug taking though, right?
Even in the back times of the most like 1,000 years ago, when you're talking about like Christian settlements in Europe, when everyone was like monks and they had like the shaved head, you get the idea, church bells and wooden communities. Even then, the church had funds, if it was a good church in the community, to help people who were in this state, at least to some capacity. I just also believe that we've evolved past that it's not just literally giving them 2 pence to eat or just like a little like dirt plot to help. So I don't think that it's just enabling them. That I think that it's necessary for these people to survive or have some sort of dignity in life.
They're giving them both food and drugs. Would you support sorry, Hector, I'm stepping all over your call. Would you support
go ahead.
Would you support mandatory volunteer labor?
I don't know what that means. Mandatory
slavery?
No, I would not. You know,
could we put the homeless in slavery on some level? And
all right, got my answer on that one. All right, well,
until they work their way to their
I'm not a big. I don't know if that would. Do you want a crack addict working for you during withdrawal? No, you don't want a crack addict working for you during withdrawal symptoms.
At least you have to kind of force them to.
Well,
that's why you have to be like a.
For example, like giving them drugs.
Slave driver is not
like giving them drugs.
Thing.
I don't think you should be.
Yeah, I figured that was how it was gonna go, anyways.
Giving people who are not addicted to heroin. I don't think you should be giving anybody these types of things. But if, and this is an exception that I do need to give, if somebody's going through withdrawals, the withdrawals can literally kill you. If you've been deep in heroin, deep in these drugs, and you just go completely cold turkey, it can quite literally kill you. And so in order to get them off of heroin, you're going to have to give them at least small doses of something to keep them alive, you know?
Last word, Hector. I apologize. I was wrong.
No, it's cool.
Go ahead.
It's cool. So one last thing. So it's fair to say that there is an opiate crisis in America. So with that being said, I do believe that
it won't let you join. Can you give me more information? Like, does the link not work? Can anyone else? Does the link not work for anyone else? Is it timed out or something? It shouldn't have. Ugh, fuck, I can't fix that. Well, hold on. It works. Well, sucks to suck, I guess.
That a lot of people here are enabling the homeless and their drug abuse. I believe that they are enabling it, and they're making it too comfortable for these people, and they're causing a lot of businesses to suffer along the way. And so if we were to make them uncomfortable, do you think that would solve, you think that would cause them to want to better themselves and making them a little bit more comfortable?
Sorry, hold on, I can run that back.
Cool. So one last thing. So it's fair to say that there is an opiate crisis in America. So with that being said, I do believe that a lot of people here are enabling the homeless and their drug abuse. I believe that they are enabling it, and they're making it too comfortable for these people. And
wait, he's saying that he started off with saying that the problem was that there's too many homeless people. And then he also said that the solution shouldn't be to give them home, like, or at least, like, you know, have them off the streets, like, because that would be enabling. Yeah, like, desperation is, like, what do you do? Like, I don't understand what this person thinks that you do when you're, like, as desperate as you possibly could. You're addicted to drugs. It's ruining your life. You're, and possibly at your, like, rock bottom, so to say. Like, I guess just die? Is his solution? I mean, it's not like it's ever an easy one to deal with, like, stuff like this. Like, there's a lot of reasons that cause somebody to get to that point, but I don't think, like, if, like, I had a friend that was a heroin addict, right? Obviously anecdotal, I get it. That's a heroin addict, and, you know, like, I let her stay with me for free for a while because she needed it. Did she stop doing heroin? No, but I would have like, just because you care about someone, like, she did stop for a bit, but she went back to it because it's an addiction. It's a thing that you have, it's something that you're always gonna have to be with, and you're never gonna fix it, like, if you don't have an, like, I think a lot of people don't understand, like, what Dylan was saying earlier, like, it's like when you're being homeless fucking sucks. So a lot of people, like, either drink or they take drugs, like, also because it helps them just deal with that. It's a vicious cycle. It's not like it's not like something that people want to be dealing with. And they're never gonna get out of it unless they have, like, at least help. And if you care for somebody, like, am I enabling them doing heroin because I let them not die? That's such a horrible way to think about life. Like, obviously, you can't let them ruin your life, but I think you should always have sympathy for people that you care about when they're going through stuff like that. I couldn't, like, pay for her to go to a place, and I don't think she would have wanted to, really, because she had a lot of relationship. I don't know, life's complicated. But, like, fuck. I don't understand why these people don't. I do and I don't. I just think there's such a cynical perspective on the most desperate people. Like, yeah, nobody likes to be around like crazy ass homeless people. A lot of it's also mental illness. You know, like drugs come with that as well, but a lot of it's like just like mental illness, and it's like, okay, so I guess it does go back to the whole kind of eugenics thing, where it's like you just want to like kill them all. Like, we have enough to be able to take care of everybody, we just don't. It's like it's literally the bootstraps thing, where the entire joke of the bootstraps thing is that it's impossible. Like, the thing about like, oh god, you're trying to make that song? Live and let die. But like, you cannot physically pull yourself up from the bootstraps because it's attached to your feet, you know? It's an impossible thing to do. So it's amazing that these people like actually expect people to just, you know, you have absolutely nothing, you're at rock bottom, just figure it out. The pure ignorance and callousness, yeah, exactly. It's I think it's like if you're like a young person have that position, it's probably just an ignorance or privilege thing. But if you're like, that's where I think like, I don't necessarily know if this guy is, he doesn't come off to me from like I don't know, a little bit. He just seems like he's kind of an idiot. Or not an idiot, but like maybe a little just misinformed. But like when I hear like an old guy say this shit, I'm like, oh, you asshole. Dealing with problems later. Absolutely, avocado. That's a great word. Are you looking for something? Oh. Alright, that dick looks big. Yeah, but all of it's like results-based stuff. Like there's this like huge part of I mean that's what like a lot of sociological analysis has to, maybe that's not really like in a general term. There's a lot of like things that add to making a functional country outside of like GDP. And even if you're looking at it in a capitalistic way, there are things that are non-quantifiable that contribute to that as well. Like, you know, the whole, you know, having stable after-school programs that, you know, keep people, like, more interested and more passionate about their education. Like, those things are not something you can necessarily quantify, but they're in like, a very, slice, but it's incredibly meaningful. Clefairy is in voice. You're saying I need to talk deeper? No, I'm saying that you can't quantify that it was caused by certain things, but right, I think we're getting a little we're mixing our things. Oh? Oh, that person was trying to figure out. God, I've lost my passion now for being angry about this. But you saying the person in the chat did? Oh, okay. I feel less annoyed about it, but sure. Now, does your mic work? That's the next thing we have to worry about.
I think so.
Okay, let me turn your volume up. Teensy Bippy, you sound pretty good.
Yeah, I got a good mic because I raised all my rental properties price.
Mm-hmm. So, let's go back to, I guess, the main thing of... Also, hi. Nice to talk to you. So, your big thing was you think that I was being ridiculous for being angry that they always increase your rent year to year for like around $100, give or take. So where am I wrong there?
Well, I think you're generalizing, number one. So it's perfectly reasonable for a rental property to, I mean, they're running a business, number one. So, I mean, as long as we're not talking about project housing or low income housing, which there are certain regulations in place to prevent some types of price increases, but
well, sure, then we're not talking about those, right? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so I mean, obviously those are the outliers. I mean, what you're saying was, I think, incorrect insofar as if a rental property increases their rent by I mean, if it's $100, let's assume, let's call it $1,000. It's 10%. That's kind of a lot, but that's, I mean, it's so area based. It's so region specific. But let's say it's $1,000 a month, and you've been renting there for 3 years. Raise it by $100 a month.
So
yeah,
it's
that's
now
a 10% increase.
Right.
Well, $100 a month would be $1,100 a month if it was $1,000 a month. So that's a 10% increase. And
you said over 3 years.
Well, I said you've been there for 3 years, and
yeah, and then every year it's gone up $100. So we're at three.
Well, no,
3 years.
you're saying you're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying you've rented there, which the duration of time you've rented there doesn't really mean anything. Let's say you've rented there.
No, that's
for 10
specifically
years.
what. No, that's where you're wrong. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You're just not understanding what I was saying. Maybe what I was saying is basically every single rental that I've ever been, which has been at least like 12 at this point. It's gone up around like $100 a year, like $100 per month. Like if you live there
per month per
1 year,
so you're going up $1,200 every year. So if you rented there for 3 years, your rent would go up
if my month
$3,600.
If my rent was $1,000, then I lived there for a year. Next year, my rent will be $1,100 per month. And then the year after that, it'll be $1,200 per month.
This is at all of the 12 places you've rented from.
Well, not that number, but generally speaking, it'll go between around 50 to 150.
All right, so I've rented at, let's see, at least 5 places over the course of my life. One, the longest duration was for 3 years. At no point did they increase my price. And if they did, I would have, I mean, I can't understand why it would have been on the increase structure you're talking about. But if they did increase my price by a margin as small as 10% per month, I would inquire as to why. And I think in most cases, like we've excluded
exactly, I would inquire as to why.
We've excluded the outliers of low income or project housing.
Sure.
It's due to some need to improve facilities or properties.
So wait, so you told me I didn't know anything I was talking about, but you don't even know why they would increase the rent?
In the hypothetical that we're talking about, it's hard for me to know all the details given that
well,
it's a
as you're the
example.
expert here, because you're saying I don't know anything. Do you know anything then?
I'm supposed to know the details.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we're talking about. That's what you were arguing for earlier. You said it was valid.
What?
You said it was totally valid and it makes sense.
What? The price increase?
Yes.
If it's for the purposes of improving I live in an apartment complex that has green space, a pool, shared common areas.
And when you moved in, it had all of that, and you were paying, again, just for easy numbers, $1,000 a month. Why all of a sudden are you
improve? If they want to improve the area in which I live, I can either leave. Okay, well, if they're raising prices, I don't know who you've rented from, but
okay, wait, no, go with what you're saying. You're saying, what are your options? You can either leave.
No. I could leave, or I can agree to pay the price, and then I get to benefit from improved facilities and common areas.
What if they don't actually improve anything?
Well, then that would be a violation of a contract, and they would get sued, and they would lose their right to operate that business. No, after a reasonable duration, they would lose. It's adorable.
Do you
really.
think that if you're renting, you probably have a lot of like lawsuit money?
If I'm renting,
if you're paying $1,000 a month, again, just to keep it clean,
as a renter, yeah, okay.
You think that if you're gonna have a problem with paying $100,
All right. Clearly, you don't know how lawsuits work either, and it's not surprising you have very little information on real estate
me
law
saying
either.
what all I've
or
said
as
about
well.
lawsuits is that they're expensive. Are you telling me that I'm incorrect
Not
with the fact that I'm
necessarily.
saying lawsuits are expensive?
It depends on what type of lawsuit.
Well, you know exactly the lawsuit we're talking about. We're talking about
Not
suing
necessarily.
a. What do you mean you don't necessarily know what? What are we talking about?
Who's
What are we
carrying
talking?
out-
What are we talking about?
What firm is carrying out the suit?
When you just brought
What's the
up giving
grounds on
them
which we're suing? Is
no,
it a civil
you
offense?
just
Is it a
talked
criminal
about
offense?
hold
Is it a
on.
contract violation?
You just said
Is it a
they
statutory
would be
violation?
sued. You just said if they did that the tenant would sue them, correct?
Well, I said they could sue. I didn't say they
Yes,
would.
so we're talking
I
about
said-
that
and I
lawsuit.
didn't
So yes,
even
so
say the
hold on,
tenant.
hold
I didn't
on.
even say the
So
tenant
yes,
would
we're talking
sue.
about that lawsuit. So do you think that a tenant doing the
Also,
lawsuit
there
that
are-
you're talking
there are
about
regulations and statutes in
could
place to
afford
prevent
that?
this type of
Do you think the
fraud.
tenant
It would not take. Excuse me. It would not take a lawsuit necessarily because there are regulations and statutes in place that prevent this type of real estate fraud. If you fail to if you take money on the basis of improving common areas at an apartment complex and you fail to do so in a reasonable time based on the terms of your contract, that is you violated the contract. That is real estate fraud in some capacity. The government would interfere in that situation. Local governments would interfere. So there are potential civil penalties that could
So you're
be
telling me that this never happens?
on the behalf of the tenant. It absolutely happens when a rental system of some capacity, an apartment complex or the entity that owns it engages in fraud against its tenants or whomever benefits from its business, and they are penalized in some capacity. That absolutely happens.
Do you think that tenants benefit from their business?
Well, yeah, they're living there. And benefit in the capacity that they are receiving the good or the service provided by the rental company.
Okay, but what if they have not improved anything?
Well, that's what we just enumerated.
Okay, but that's
The
what they
responses would be if so you're saying that the price was increased, you paid the price for any duration
you
of time.
lived there
let's say a
for
reasonable
1
duration of
year.
5 years.
Nothing has
Okay.
changed. You are now paying $100 the next $100 more per month. So $1,200 total more.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't done anything.
Over what duration have they not done anything, and
A
what
year.
was the specified
They
reason
said
for the price increase?
It's every year.
What was the reason for the price increase?
What do you mean what's the reason?
Why did they raise your price?
Nebulously maintained property.
To maintain the property.
Yeah, they give you a very vague terms. Do you think that like the average tenant like gets like an itemized receipt for what they do?
Well,
I think that
you
they
were engaging
should.
in a contract.
Wait, hold on. Would you agree that they
sure.
should?
Get an itemized receipt for the actions of
Yeah, for all of your money that
you're
you're like, if they're gonna bump up your rent, should you be entitled? Do you think that they should be entitled to an itemized receipt?
I am almost certain you are entitled.
You think
to
that you're
and
entitled
if
to
you have
the?
to ask them for that receipt. It's part of your contractual agreement. I would imagine the contract you sign entitles
Have you
to
never
know
rented?
where the money you're spending goes. I have absolutely rented. I opened the conversation by saying I've rented multiple
Yeah.
times.
So have you ever asked for an itemized receipt?
No, because I don't need to see the itemized receipt because I'm not a lunatic. Because I don't.
Wait, it's a lunatic to ask for an itemized receipt?
Well, what do you need the itemized receipt for?
To know what your money's been. If you're getting upcharged, you don't think it's reasonable to ask for an itemized receipt? You kind of agreed to that earlier.
I've never been upcharged.
Okay,
but
well,
if
hypothetically,
I was
let's say
I would inquire as to the reason why, and according to statutory law, they would have to provide me a reason why. In certain places, there are some circumstances where there are not laws in place to prevent price increases on rental properties. Excluding those situations, if they have to provide a reason as to why, and I'm almost certain they would, or else they would suffer business in terms of their business performance.
When you say
And
statutory
if they
law, what
did-
do you mean?
Oh my God, lady, you don't know laws.
I'm asking what
dictated
you
by
mean.
courts.
You've been very vague about a lot of things you're saying. Don't act like I'm being
I have
crazy here,
been
my guy.
severely specific. Statutes. There are statutes are laws determined by courts. Then there's policies. Those are laws determined by legislation.
Okay, so again, You're just saying laws then.
Yeah, well, that you asked me what a statute
Yeah, which
was.
specific law is my question, my guy?
I don't have that depth.
Well, can you
of
give me
knowledge on
one
this issue.
example? Like,
No, I can't. I can't give you specifics. I cannot cite specific statutes.
okay,
and
so
laws, and
what
they're
you're just
so
what
region-
so
they're
but what you just said was that
region-based.
there are laws, so they can't do this, but yet they do it. So
Well, I know. I said there are circumstances where different laws exist in different regions, where different
yeah, and you
types
can't
of
name me a single
behavior-
one.
I don't. What do you want me to paint a picture for you? I mean,
yes,
I
that's
don't,
exactly what I want you to do. You're saying I don't know anything, but it seems like you don't know anything. I could just say the same thing. You realize I could have the same
I
argument
can't
back to you and
imagine
just say stuff?
Who listening to this conversation would find you to be the more informed?
Well, clearly, if you're looking at the chat, you're definitely not the one that seemed is
I'm
being
not
seen as
looking at the chat,
informed.
nor do I care. Nor do I care.
Yeah, I can tell.
I think you're. I don't know why I'm in the chat. Why? I don't know how I ended up here.
I don't know. You're the one who signed up for it. So, do you have any other points, or is your thing just there are laws? Because I guess I want to. One thing I guess I want to ask is, do you think that even if there are laws, nebulous laws that might exist in whatever form, do you think that if a company, I guess I have to ask, do you think that if a company violates, like a big renter company violates something that you might be able to win a lawsuit for, right? It is something that they are overstepping their boundary, unfair contracts, something like that. Do you think that the average person could actually take that large company, like a potentially billion-dollar company, to court?
This happens all the time. They're called class action lawsuits.
Yeah, but you understand a class action lawsuit is not as an individual cannot do a class action lawsuit.
I agree with that.
Exactly. So I'm talking about an
depends on
individual.
the
I'm talking about an
violation
individual.
committed. It depends on the violation committed. I mean, they could, but if potentially, it depends on the law firm if they're willing to agree. I mean, obviously, the payment structure would have to be such that they're only getting a payment based on whatever retribution is paid out.
Let me ask you then this: do you think maybe if you ran hold on, if you maybe ran one of those companies, and we're like, okay, these people don't have any recourse, so I'm just going to keep doing predatory rental practices. Do you really think that they're going to have scruples about?
No, I don't. I agree with you here. I'm with you. Corporations, big
so
enemy.
You do think
Chevron decision in the Supreme Court?
Wait, so
not good
you
for the
agree
average
that
person. Unless you're a CEO of a corporation, we're fucked.
Okay, so you agree that doing predatory rental practices like raising the rent $100, knowing that it for one costs a bunch of money to move, number one, and number two, they're not going to have enough money to have any legal recourse. You would agree with me then that is bad?
Well, I think that the standard for proving wrongdoing and fraud and any type of predatory, practices on behalf of the rental company is pretty high, and it probably should be. I mean, there has to be protection against those people that are trying to conduct business to provide that service of housing. I mean, there is some balance that has to be had here, but I mean, yeah, I'm with you here. This is why we need the government.
Then why are you saying that
we need courts to protect consumers? But I'm just explaining to you. I mean,
but yet you are the one who's talking to somebody who's talking about how I think it's incredibly predatory to raise it like $100 is bad, and then you're coming in here saying I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, in the context,
you realize
of
that
what
you're doing the opposite
earlier,
of what you just said that you support.
No, I don't actually at all. I think it's a nuanced thing. The two things can be true at one time. What you were talking about in that specific example did not make sense.
Okay.
There's also
do you want to have any closing statements, or do you want to bring anything up else you want to talk about?
I would love to debate you on any issue in perpetuity. I think we're probably pretty like-minded, but I think that your ability to enumerate your stance on issues is not very good.
you want to debate on my ability to enumerate on my stances on issues? That's what you're just saying?
I think your capacity to hear the words I'm saying and
I think that you
English
maybe
is
have
pretty low, too.
a
That's
little
not what I just
bloated
said.
perspective of yourself, and just because you say words like enumerate, I don't think that actually... Okay, all right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I've lost interest.
Right. Well, that went exactly the way I guess I expected it to. Saki, what the fuck do you want to talk to? Why are you... What do you want? Why are you here? I don't got all day here. Be quick.
I think that it boils down to a much simpler
Whoa, whoa,
issue.
whoa, whoa. Don't say it. Explain your stance.
The stance that we were just discussing.
No, you need to be specific here. God, I'm not letting you do... Your name is Snaky, so
Right.
I gotta be very
myself.
careful with...
That's on me. I'm sorry.
So what let's assume that we're not coming from that conversation.
Sure.
Start with what your perspective is.
My perspective is that it's crazy.
Are you guys friends? Oh my god, you sound the same. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. It's crazy to assume
that somebody that is raising the rent is not doing it for a reason. Now, I believe that you're assuming that most people that own apartment buildings or apartments or houses, whatever you want to call it, are making a killing. I can agree with you that some of them are, just like some of them are making a killing in every industry in the entire world. What it boils down to is if somebody raises the rent $100, that's to pay for their lifestyle. It's to pay to give the salary increase to whoever's working under them for them to afford their housing. It's for those people to afford other things. Now, we can get into the nuance that the other guy was describing about, improving whatever the fuck. I think you and I both agree on the fact that they may not give you whatever the fuck an itemized receipt is, okay? I doubt that anyone's going to be kind enough to do that.
Okay, hold on. All right. Yeah, no, you were getting ahead of yourself. I want to take it point by point at least. So, okay, so you're saying that you had an issue with me saying that there's no reason because you think that greed is a valid reason.
I don't think that. I think that you're simplifying a complex issue.
I'm asking that you said that I had a problem with saying no reason.
So hang on. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear on this. You can tell me that you disagree with this wholeheartedly, and I don't think we can have any form of discussion moving forward. The guy that owns 5 properties in whatever region of the country, he has a secretary that deals with the day-to-day. He has a property.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Hold on. You said a lot of stuff. I have to respond to the things you say, or you're just kind of ranting at me, and then we're not really having a conversation.
Just ask me a question. I was responding to it.
Yeah, but you didn't really... You're saying that you're trying to re-explain what you just said. I'm asking you a question. You're not responding to it. You just re-explaining it is not... I'm asking you a question for a reason. So you're saying that greed is a legitimate reason to raise the rent, correct?
First off, sure, if the demand's there, absolutely.
So greed. So you're saying that it's okay to raise the rent if you just want to make more money personally, like you want more money in your pockets, even if it fucks
you're
over.
You're misconstruing my argument on a completely. First off, but if
so you're saying no, it's not okay to raise it for the. No, we need to keep it simple here. You're trying to go off on a lot of other stuff. Yes or no to is it okay? Is it okay to raise the rent for the sole purpose of making more profit for you?
Hey, just so we're clear.
Just answer yes or no. We can go into other hypotheticals too, whatever.
Did say yes. Would you like for me to say it in French, Spanish,
Yes.
Chinese,
Okay, so you said yes.
Japanese?
Okay, go ahead.
I can say it in all of them. I've said my thing. Are you going to let me continue? Because as of right now, I've answered your question.
So you're saying yes.
Once again, if the demand
just say
is there,
yes and we can move on.
Raise your price.
You don't have to add all of this preamble. Just say yes. I think you're too embarrassed to admit that you're okay with greed.
I said yes 3 times.
Okay. All right. We can move on then. Go ahead.
Just so we're clear, you didn't hear me the first or second time,
So,
or the time when
so
I
the
said
problem
I
is that I know where you're going with this. You're trying to say that this is why I'm cutting you off, because I know where you're going with this. You're trying to say that it's like you're
cutting me
doing
off
triple
because
down.
you're a
You're doing
pretentious,
Well, let
arrogant
me
liberal
if
that doesn't
I'm
understand
incorrect
the
with this,
minutiae
you
of this
can correct me
argument.
after. You're doing trickle down economics. You think that it's okay for them to selfishly raise rent to make more money for themselves, because then they will spend it on hiring, I guess, a secretary or something, as you said, right?
I haven't. You're talking about BlackRock.
What?
What are we talking? This is the problem with you.
I
You're
didn't say
making a
BlackRock. You
complex
said
issue
it.
into something super easy. There's different layers to this. You didn't let me get into my conversation and my argument.
Well, I mean, if you're just gonna like rant at me, that's not really that interesting of a conversation. What I am
Wait, hang
saying.
on. So first off, I'm the one ranting, but you're the one interrupting me, and you're
Yeah,
the
this
one
is
that
my stream,
blatantly
bitch.
said
I
that
don't
you're
give a
interrupting
shit what
me.
you have to say. I could just fucking kick you out, bro. I'm talking to you because I want to talk to you. This is my shit. I don't know why you act like you own the fucking show here. If you don't want to deal
You're
with
the
me
one
interrupting you, you can
I
fucking
can't even
leave.
have
This
a
is my show.
conversation with you. This is crazy.
Why are you talking to me like you're my boyfriend here? Shut the fuck up with that shit. Come on. Actually have an argument here.
I've answered your question 4 times.
Yes,
and you
so
won't let me
continue. I get
elaborate.
it. Yes, you are okay with it just being for greed. I guess, do you want me to ask you a different question? Like, okay, why do you think that's okay?
Because if demand is there, you're allowed to do it. That's how everything has existed forever.
Your argument is that it's just always been like this.
You're asking me if you're asking my opinion. I believe that you can do that. Yes, for continued growth. Because if you don't grow, you'll die because of inflation, because of people like you that are liberals in the Democratic Party that continue to pump free money into this economy and won't stop until everybody gets a free job and they don't have to work
Wait,
for
I'm
anything.
pumping money into the economy and I'm somehow making it worse?
Yes, that's inherently what inflation is. Yes, correct.
Inflation is putting more money into the economy.
It is.
Like I'm spending more money and like buying stuff and putting more money into the economy. That's making inflation worse.
When consumers do that, that's not pumping more money
Well,
into the economy.
I'm a consumer. How else am I doing it?
You're jumping around here.
You said I was doing it. You're talking to me directly. You said I was doing it. I mean, how else would I be doing it?
Just so we're clear, we're gonna start nitpicking on words, correct? If that's what we're gonna do, I'll win. I promise.
Well,
but keep going.
It's not words. It's just you said that I was doing it, and I just want to know how I was doing it.
Wait, hang on. Just so we're clear, you just said words. Period. You just said I was doing it. What do you mean by words? You see how I can play this game?
What?
But you haven't said anything. You've just continued to interrupt me and have completely disregarded my answers.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Go ahead with your argument then.
What do you want from me now? You're just gonna interrupt me.
You're telling me I'm interrupting you when I'm literally pausing and letting you talk, and then instead of you actually saying what you wanted to say, you just say I'm interrupting you when I'm literally not interrupting you. Do you realize that you're doing that?
You're gonna let me speak, correct?
I'm already doing it.
I will say done when I'm finished.
Okay, you are too fucking lame to do this. Are you kidding me? I gave you multiple times to talk, and you're like, what are you too like insecure that I'm like gonna yell at you or something? What is wrong with you? If you instead of having this thing where you're like, are you gonna interrupt me? Are you gonna interrupt me? Are you gonna interrupt me? Just fucking say it. Last chance. Last chance. If you say one more thing about me interrupting you, I am going to kick you out because you were very boring. Honestly, I'm over it. So say what you're gonna say or shut the fuck up.
Am I boring? Because you're almost in tears talking to me right now. That's how angry you are.
Well, you realize that it's called boring. Wait, do you not realize that you just kind of walked in the fact that you're so boring that I would be bored to tears? Are you trying to insult me by saying I'm so bored of you that I'm bored to tears? That's great. All right, I'm over it. Bye.
I'm dead serious. I play with my
fucking retard. All right, ban that cunt. I didn't think it was gonna be that easy. I guess I did. No, I didn't, but holy shit. Yeah, they're not sending their best here today. Holy fuck. No, that was great. We love some idiots, you know? Man, I haven't had a call-in thing in a while. That was good. That was a good reminder that I should do those a little bit more. There is nothing that pisses me off more than people being like, you're gonna interrupt me, and then they just don't, like, I'm literally giving them time to talk. I think they think they're trying to do, like, a power move thing. I don't know. I really think it's because they're talking to, you know... Ugh. Holy shit, I don't even know where to get back to this. Oh, it's absolutely a passive. It's an abuse tactic, too. Like, I'm not trying to say that either one of these people were abusers. Just a little coded. Oh, I kicked them and didn't ban them. I should probably ban them because I don't want to deal with them, like, saying dumb bullshit later. It is called Discord or ban. Yeah. We love them. We love them, though. We love our, we love our, I don't know, our insecure homies.
They're causing a lot
Seems
of
like you guys were loving it, so.
businesses to suffer along the way. And so it will this in America. So with that being said, I do believe that
Glad you guys enjoyed it, though.
a lot of people here are enabling the homeless and their drug abuse.
Right, enabling
I believe
homelessness.
that they are enabling it, and they're making it too comfortable for these people, and they're
It makes sense that they were getting... This is exactly what I predicted at the beginning, where I'm like, I feel like these people, like, either were one of these callers, or, like, they are getting offended because this is, like, their mindset, too. And they're just getting really mad that we're shitting on somebody else has, like, the same mindset.
causing a lot of businesses to suffer along the way. And so if we were to make them uncomfortable, do you think that would solve, you think that would cause them to want to better themselves and making them a little bit more comfortable to be camping out in parking lots or and smoking fentanyl when people are
Yeah, people don't do this for fun.
in the drive-through and they're like 10 feet away from these people and you can smell you know, what do you think that would help?
The problem I have with just like the solution being like just make their life shittier and eventually they'll better themselves is that for some people, I really do apologize. It just comes out. It's like raised like a sailor, I guess. Oh gosh. The first problem is probably they just move. A lot of times, if they get really bad treatment, either if they're beaten by like bum bashers or if the government like just brings in like the bulldozers and pushes them out, they'll just move on to another city. And so unless you had some like sort of federal policy to make them everywhere they go, it'd just be absolutely terrible for them to live. And then what would happen? There would be a certain amount of people that just go live in the woods forever, I guess. And that's where they're gonna like come out every once in a while into the urban communities. I think that a better solution than having them all camp out in front of businesses, especially if they're in a deteriorated mental state and high on drugs, would be getting facilities where these people could go. And if they repeatedly show themselves to be a danger to the public, obviously, then it could be less than voluntary for them to go to facilities, get treatment, receive some sort of help. I'm not saying
desperation always breeds to like if having money, like if you're able to, if the only way you're able to exist is to have money, what do you think that's going to encourage? It's going to encourage crime. It's going to encourage robbing people. It's going to encourage robbing businesses.
it's desperation is always going to do that. That's why the best option, if we're talking about like a practical way to lower crime rates, is make it so that people aren't like, we've all seen it in like, even like, it's like a trope in every story, is like, it's understandable and relatable when somebody does crime or steals like Aladdin style to like feed like I don't know, their starving sister. Like, if that sister isn't starving, then that person isn't going to be committing that crime. It doesn't help to make people more desperate. Like, yeah, like, that's the real option that they want, right? They just want them to lay down and die. Like, what they really want is to mulch the homeless. But, like, I'm sorry, I, like, actually have respect for human life. And there's plenty of people who are just down on their luck. There's plenty of people who are mentally ill that will never be, like, a great member of society. But there's also people who have Alzheimer's that will never be a great member of society. Do we just, like, I don't know, like, feed them into a wood chipper? Like, no, we wouldn't. I don't think anyone would support that. Like, why would you ever support, like... We're not playing Frostpunk here, okay? We don't gotta be eating each other. We have the resources to be able to take care of people. We just don't do it because of exactly what I was talking about earlier, or in the debates earlier, where they're okay with corporate greed. But you know what? We wouldn't have these problems if we weren't okay with corporate greed, because we could actually have better like policies about this shit. Yeah, it's not a simple thing as like, oh yeah, just don't do the one thing and then like all of a sudden we're everyone's living in glorious social housing. But it's an incremental thing. We can do better. Because even if you think about it like a capitalistic perspective, we thrive more when there are less people, again, committing crimes and having better life. Do you want your workers like to be completely desperate where they're going to rob your company, or do you want happy workers? Happy workers are always going to give you better results, even in a capitalistic way. Like, even if you're like a straight up capitalist, everyone knows that like if you have better working environments for people, they are going to be better workers. Not going to be 100% of the time, but like generally speaking, it's better to not have desperate people, because desperate people aren't going to like rob your company, or non-desperate people are not going to rob your company, because desperate people will. Even good-hearted people, if they're like, I gotta pay for Nana's medicine because it's that, or I guess we just like all die. They're gonna fight for it, you know? For making homeless life, yeah. Which is possible, yeah. But it's no, they just think it's like a moral failing to be homeless. Because I don't know, there are probably some people who legitimately think that anyone like dementia is probably like demons. I would not be surprised if there's like some religious folks that like literally think that like dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever is like some sort of demon possession shit. Well, if you make it hard enough, Lupus, I guess they like die, but it still doesn't fix it. Because again, like homeless people don't live in a vacuum either. They have, not necessarily to the same level, but they are people. They have lives. They have friends. They have relatives. They're maybe not like relatives that can like support them, but they still have them. It's a societal blight to not support disenfranchised individuals and expecting, I don't know, like their failings alone to like to take care of them. Like not every individual has the ability to take care of, I don't know, they're like, Alzheimer grandma who like walks out in the street naked, shit like we should be providing that. Like the state should be providing stuff like that. for people because it just makes a better society. I just wish people would have more sympathy and have more socialist principles, right? You know? But people like act like it's impossible. Like, yeah, it's not going to be as profitable to be, I guess, benevolent and have social like policies, but in the long run it's going to be better. Like you're not a series of numbers here. You do live in the same society. We all live in the same fucking country. It's better. Anyway, sorry.
Roundup.
That's my
If they repeatedly show themselves to be a danger to the public, obviously, then it can be less than voluntary for them to go to facilities, get treatment, receive some sort of help. I'm not.
You know what? Let's just do prison island shit like us and just send them all to Australia. Fuck it.
Saying round up everybody. I'm saying for specifically those who are like have knives, they're high on like the people who are completely like almost too far gone. But I really don't think that just making their lives shittier. Sorry, again, I just can't. Making their lives worse is going to.
I think avocado is because they have a setting where you're not supposed to message them back. There's a setting in Twitch where you're not supposed to get messages from people who don't have verified accounts. So, I guess it's to message them back. Like, I have it in my setting, I think. Like, if you don't have a verified account, you can't, like, message me. I think I actually have it, you can't message me at all, but, unless you're, like, a mod or something. But, yeah, that's why they do that. Sorry. Wow, so the liberals want to give those... Oh yeah, island vacations now. Classic hand-up mentality. Yeah.
To solve the
problem. To be fair, Hawaii used to be a like a leper colony.
I really don't.
I'm so glad you brought this topic, Hector, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I got to run, man. Have a great weekend.
Thank you too.
Yeah. Dylan Burns, you know, I have to wrap up. William in California, I cannot get to you. He wanted to ask or talk about how Biden got in office. And the rest of the callers and super chatters, I'll have to get to you tomorrow. Dylan Burns, I forgot to tell you Happy White History Month. It's White History Month as well.
My goodness. Fantastic. So you're going to be doing an episode on Ukrainian white history, yes?
This was part of it, yeah.
Hey, I guess
it's a shame. But a lot of whites, a lot of white Jews, a lot of white Ukrainians, a lot of white Russians, a lot of white slash Arab. Arab is white, right? Palestinians are becoming.
Oh my god, he's so woke. No, he meant on Twitch. Chicken.
History, and it's.
Bro, he's so woke. Look at him. Everyone's white.
Terrible. And in Myanmar and in Sudan.
Yeah, all the
Sudanese.
white people, all the
white blacks.
Sudanese.
Tell the people how to get to you, man. I appreciate you coming on. Thanks for making it happen.
I'm always love coming on. If people want to check out my stuff, I'm releasing films at Dylan Burns TV. YouTube doesn't like footage of wars, so you search it up, you're going to have to scroll down a bit to see my channel. If you want to subscribe there, hit the notification bell. I'll be releasing that footage on the BMP in the very near future. Also have some documentaries there about...
What, have you never seen the show Black White Lupus? By the acclaimed producer... Was it will.i.am? No, who am I thinking of? Fuck, I ruined my own joke. It'll come to me.
The artillery war in Ukraine, some war crimes that I documented if you wanted to see that. For daily commentary stuff, if you want to hear my libtard takes, you can check it out at Dylan Burns Live on YouTube, and you can follow me on Twitter, DylanBurns1776.
Why would they pick, what month is it? July? July is white. Yeah, it's just like normal history. Honestly, what would you celebrate with, like, how would you celebrate like white history? Like, who would you honor? I guess, like, I don't know, like Civil War figures or something, or just like random. I guess that's the big problem about that, right? Because the definition of white is like, are we allowed to talk about Italians, or is that off the table?
Oh man, thanks again for coming on, and be safe out there
First
in Ukraine.
white guy was Hake, actually. He was the first white guy.
Thank you very much. You have a good one, Hake.
You too.
Hello, everybody. We were on the show. We talked issues with Hake. What did you guys think of that? I cursed too much. I shouldn't have cussed.
I don't feel like I even heard him do that. That was a fun watch, though. We got even a debate zone in the middle. Ooh, that was a fire stream. Okay, man, that was a longer stream than I was expecting. But quality content here. Do we have someone to host? I'm going to make sure I publish this both on the YouTube. It's just going to be the entire stream. So if you guys have some banger clips, post them. If anyone took any, because I don't have the time to edit my stuff, but I thought there was some fun stuff there. This is a very fun stream. I was like very tired at the beginning, but wait, Chicken, did you miss the debate? The two debates? You definitely gotta watch that. Oh, well, damn. You gotta tell me how you think about it when you watch it later. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and send y'all over to, if that's a person, Ice Beans. Is that a person? I assume that's who that is. That is not a real person. That's alright. I am too lazy right now. But no, this was a great stream. Thank you all for being here. Good to see you. We all know, of course, the password to the... Oh, it is a person. I just need the underscore. We all know the password to the Jewish space lasers. Thank you, the Jewish pizza space lasers that Lupus has provided. So make sure if you never need to heat up your pizza, you keep that in mind. Keep that within the community, though. Don't be sharing that outside of the community. That's our stuff, okay? That's our community meme. Or just allude to it, but don't tell them. All right. Have a good night. We will see you tomorrow, and thank you all for being here.